Hola, minasan. Welcome back for another round of research. I thought I was gonna say freelance gaming. No, because I'm not playing games tonight. No, no games tonight. It's all research. Welcome everybody on YouTube. That's right. It's my monthly YouTube slash Twitch multi-stream research. There we go. I hope everybody's doing good tonight. Here in the U.S., we are in American summer, which lasts from Memorial Day to Labor Day in September. Memorial Day in May through Labor Day in September, so I know a lot of people not going to be showing up. Everybody's having the weekend. Everybody's working for the weekend. Copyright. Got hit with a copyright. That's not good. Oh man, I hope y'all are excited for tonight. It's a very very stacked night. I'm going to be going through Indie Cross episode 2 subtitles because I didn't do the subtitles because I wanted to see the subtitles, go through the subtitles live. So I'm going to take a little recap of the whole thing, check the whole thing out, see what these subtitles are all about. Going to be checking out brain-computer interface. A chatter last night suggested to check out brain-computer interface. We had a nice little conversation about that. I shared my thoughts on how horrifying it is. So, but we're going to contextualize that with the Borg and Star Trek. So we're going to check that out and find out what this whole brain-computer interface really is about, and how science fiction can be very influential to people to do things. All right. Then I got here this nice little thick sheets of paper here from the comments sections. That's right. Big thanks to all of you who posted up your wonderful walls of text, all of your information on what I had been researching for the past couple of months. You know, it's been very helpful. I hope for some of you, you've been watching the video that I had posted up called "This is what I've been doing research for." I want to make sure that you all feel like, you know, you're not wasting your time here. That's the reason why I posted it up. You know, it's an excerpt from my my newest novel series, Trucker no Bouken, Trucker's Adventure. I wanted to, you know, make sure that you all know that, you know, you're not wasting your time writing walls of text. I have been reading. And I'm going to read them. I'm going to read your research notes live tonight. And then, as you can see, you probably might notice, why do you have all this DVD? Are we going to watch DVDs? No, we're not going to watch DVDs, unfortunately. No, it's lore night. It's research night. And we're going to check out the lore of Sailor Moon, Yu Yu Hakusho, and Mobile Suit Gundam, the trifecta. Well, Dragon Ball is really the trifecta. It makes up the trifecta. But we've all been through Dragon Ball. I don't know how much more we can analyze. You know what I'm saying? We all know the ins and outs of Dragon Ball if you're a Dragon Ball fan. But I got 3 lore videos up to do some research into all 3 anime to wrap up the night. So, yeah. I know I've been saying it a lot for the past couple of weeks. Saying it for the past couple of weeks, but we are getting close to beating out. Well, I am. Which is we? Well, I am the Queen, and we are not the Muse. We are extremely close. We are 2 away from beating the YouTube algorithms. Because nobody knows I exist. No one knows I exist unless I beat the algorithms. Frame rate is lower. YouTube. YouTube. How dare you. Come out the low bit rate. So we got Twitch on the other end of this live multi-stream going on here alongside the YouTubes. Hopefully one day maybe I'll do the unthinkable and we could do 3 try multi-stream with 3 platforms. Who knows? It might work. Or I'll destroy the entire computer, and then I'm I'm SOL. So yeah, it's been a very exciting week because I'm almost there. So it's all just a matter of hoping that YouTube will, and I'm sure they will, accept and accept my channel, and then we'll see where to go from there. Uh, so that's all I got to say on that one because I don't want to go any further. You're not here for what's going on with the channel. You are here to see what's going on with the research, and the research's been going good. The research has been solid. I've been archiving anime, a lot of anime. I got through secret level research. It's all archived. Magilumiere is also archived, the whole entire season 1. And I caught up on Gundam Geekwalks, so I'm on episode 8. I want to stay 1 week behind the series as a precaution. Twitch and kicking all of them could be very antsy when it comes to the copyright. You gotta be extra careful. So I'm back to my normal scheduled anime viewing, which means I'm gonna get to add a third anime to the whole thing. To the research. I'm probably gonna expand my research to anime lore after tonight. So I'm just giving this a little test run and everything to see how it looks like and everything. Because I do have an open slot. I got Thursday and Friday, and I can expand to posting up on Thursdays and Fridays if I want. Especially now that I'm on the author's edit, as I've shown. Now that I'm on the author's edit, I should, I'm trying to figure out when would be a good time for me to start dropping the anime research. Not just only the anime itself that I'm researching, but also the lore videos. I'm trying to figure out a good time when would be a good time to start posting that up here on YouTube. But in the meantime, just going to keep on archiving as a insurance and precaution. But anime is going to come back because anime is very crucial to the mission. It's very crucial to the mission, so I can't really ignore it that much, So that's the big game plan. Yeah. There's not much going on that I could think of. I'm trying to get the funds together so that way I could grab something from Warhammer. Oh right, you know what? I forgot. Hold on. I was thinking of saving this for when the next main Skibidi Toilet, Garage Mob drops the next Skibidi Toilet. I've been keeping an eye out. I don't know if he's dropped a new one yet. It's gonna be quite some time, isn't it? But yeah, I got this. The mystery minifigure. This thing was not cheap, I could tell you that much. I mean, considering how small this is. This is Series 1. I'm hoping I get Plunger Man. That'll be really cool. but I was thinking of waiting for when the next Skibidi Toilet official drops and do an opening. You know what I'm saying? Crack it open, see what I got. Yeah, see. Yeah, he's still 1 month ago, Skibidi Toilet 8. So I'm still waiting up on that. But it'll be pretty cool when I crack this open. I'm wondering if I should grab a second one. Who knows? But they got G Toilet, Skibidi Toilet, Speaker Man, Camera Man, TV Man, Plunger Man, TV Woman, Speaker Woman. So I'm hoping for Plunger Man. But that'll be pretty cool. But if I grab another one, I'll grab another one. But I think one is more than enough. The asking price is insane. But it'll be pretty fun. It'll be pretty cool to do. But yeah, I've been monitoring some of the stuff that I had also been working on. Lackadaisy still hasn't come out with a new season. Glitch did the Gaslight District. I hope Glitch does more original content. I was thinking about maybe doing one more SCP because I've only researched 9 videos. I might want to do one more. May consider. It's not absolute, but I was thinking maybe one more SCP just for and just for the heck of it, and maybe close that out on a good note. You know what I'm saying? Having 10, researched 10 of those is no problem. You know, it's a very big series. Uh, so you know that's some of the things that I'm looking to do for research, and would like to get some research in. Um, but mm, yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, I'll be very happy getting back into the whole anime thing. Believe me, I've been slacking off. I missed out on the recent season of Doctor Stone, Fire Force, um, Windbreaker. All the new seasons have come out, and I've missed all of them because of because I've been I don't know. It's because of the research. You know, I've been holding back because of the research, but I don't know what to do with these later seasons because you know most people like you know person to start from the beginning, and I don't want to go through all those seasons you know from the start, especially Doctor Stone. It's a bit much, quite honestly. You know, I would prefer to mm, just stick with the anime that just came out. You know, the Kaiju Number 8 is another one. Dan Dan, I don't know what I'm gonna do with Dan Dan because Netflix really hosed me. You know, Netflix hosed me out of nowhere, hit me with those blocks. Uh, after they sat there for 7 weeks, all of a sudden, oh, we're gonna block you, even though the Japanese publisher, you know, saying gosh, man, it was just so annoying. You know what I'm saying? They sat there with no problem. You know, 3 episodes. You know, three episodes that I researched, and then all of a sudden, you know, 5 weeks later, 7 weeks later, it's like, oh, this is blocked. This is blocked. This is blocked. And I'm like, and it messed up everything. My whole entire channel's algorithms and everything, because I had to re-upload over and over again just to meet their requirements, which does meet their requirements. It's like, what what are y'all looking for? You know, it's always the same damn scene. And I'm hoping. So yeah. So you know that's why Netflix is not on the table, even though Don Don appears on Crunchyroll. You know. It's also on Netflix, and Netflix is. I want to stay away from any anime that's on Netflix. Mm, I don't want to go through. I don't want to go through that again. That little issue. It's already it's already hard enough editing. Um, it's already hard enough editing anime as is when you don't have a pro animator to help and delegate the work to. You know, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to cover anime. You know, doesn't mean I'm not going to cover anime. But I need time that technically I need to spend dealing with the book. Mm, You know, but I'm just glad you could join me on. You're more than welcome to join me on my live multi stream if you want to see. You know, if you want to see me do research on anime, you're more than welcome to. I do those on Wednesdays. I do it on Wednesdays, 10 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So you know, you're more than welcome to join in. Simple enough. You know, and it'll be a fun time. You'll find the links. Do I put the links in the description? Yeah, I put my Twitch links, my Twitch and Kick links down in the description below. Uh, that's all it takes. That's all it takes. Mm, 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 mm. Mm, all right. So let's see. I think that's enough of the monologuing. Let's see here. See, everything is good. All right, we got a long night ahead, and I want to get this. Let's get this going. There's much to do. All right, let's start with the Indie Cross episode 2 subtitles. Find out what all the hype is about. Hopefully it won't be. It'll be useful. It'll be very useful. So we'll soon find out. Here we go. Let's see. Make sure it's just low enough. Don't want to pop anybody's ears. There we go. All right. Let's see. I'm not sure how to go about this, quite honestly. Just gonna need to find some subtitles. Let's see here. Also, big thanks tomorrow. Let me come over here. Big thanks tomorrow for supporting reaction videos. You know, as well as big thanks for creating this whole series. You know what I'm saying? This was a pretty fun ride. This is a pretty fun ride. You'll find the links to.
So this is where the sun belongs. If I put it in here, we'll be able to save the world, right? But if I want to go home, I'll have to. I'll have to break it. What should I do? What's the right thing to do?
Stick it in the light bulb.
What? Just...
Let's see. These two just had a fight going.
What just happened?
Many things happened. Oh, I forgot about that. Dang. I'll have to redo that thumbnail.
Hi, young lady.
Okay.
Step aside, young lady. That evil machine is dangerous.
Ain't nothing but a heap of scrap now, so I am just gonna...
Hold on, wait. Why are you trying to hurt this robot?
We've crossed paths with similar machines whose intent was malicious.
I forgot that they talk a
You
lot.
certainly got the wrong one. It didn't attack us when we met. It only acts in self-defense. And now it's barely moving. So I don't even think it can pose much of a threat at this point, even if it wanted to.
So it does want to.
No, that's not what I meant.
But how can we be certain? In our
I
quest
could use
to
some
return
timestamps,
home,
too.
We can't risk a potential adversary lurking in our midst.
Shovel's got a point, Dollface, so beat it.
Look, please just trust me, okay? I assume you're both not from around here either. But this robot seems to know something. And it could be our only way back home.
We mean no harm, but we cannot take that risk. Step aside and we'll handle this.
Oh, it's on.
Let's see.
Do not hurt the young lady. Divert your focus to the machine. It may be controlling her.
Nope, I'm out of here.
Also, there's a few extra thoughts that came to mind. Because I watched other reactors cover it, and it had some interesting stuff. Let's see. I don't see any subtitle here.
Unhand her, you vile...
Up here?
Alright.
I thought you'd never ask. Wait, no, that's not what
I knew it! Unhand her, you vile...
What's going on? Head to the top of that mountain.
Okay.
We can't catch up.
Sup. Alright. So we got our first right here. Yeah. Hollow Knight said sup. Here's our first subtitle that we didn't get. Because he doesn't speak. Okay. So sometimes he gets a subtitle.
Just dump me and carry on with the fisticuffs. You didn't fuss the first time I kissed the floor.
By the honor of the code, I won't abandon a friend. Shoulder to shoulder, we face our destiny.
Let's all take a breather for a second, okay? I understand our encounter was less than pleasant, but I think the little robot can clarify everything now that it's active again, right?
Death.
My primary function is to assist in facilitating your return home. However, cooperation is necessary.
Look, pal, I can call a scheme from a mile away. And caught in a few myself. More times than I care to admit.
Explain your motives clearly.
It's saying we need to work together, using our skills to get back home.
So, we gotta listen to this gizmo to make our way back.
If it leads us home, then it is a path worth considering. But know this, machine, our trust is earned through actions, not words.
Affirmative.
Okay, now that we're all on the same page, can you pull me up already?
So what in the great heavens is going on here? And more importantly, how do we return to our homes?
And what's the deal with these crimson stars tossing us all over the place? Don't get me wrong, I'd never say no to an adventure, but I think I've seen enough.
Get out of my
That's Hello Neighbor. Yeah, that's Hello Neighbor. I couldn't remember his name. Subtitle says it here, Mr. Peterson. That's Hello Neighbor. Get out of his house. Why do you have bear traps? What's that? South, West of Loathing. Yeah, that was West of Loathing.
Machine, I will. Wait, who the f are you?
Cuphead?
Get back here, you impudent fool!
Those are portals.
Duh.
Result of a colossal
Duh. That, she doesn't say duh, huh? So the subtitle had to cover duh.
portals. The result of a colossal multiversal calamity. It's a power source, but also a tool if used correctly. If a portal fails to form near an anomaly, it could cause their abilities to realize any doable feat from their respective realm. And if it falls into the wrong hands, well, the coherence of our reality will be beyond repair.
Oh, yeah, sure. How do we leave, please?
You can't. The occurrence and destinations of a portal is always random. The only way to be certain of your destination is to directly consume its power, which is usually impossible for one to control. One must meet certain requirements to freely use it.
Writing his
I'm the
notes.
only one here who does at the moment. That's where our little cooperation comes in. I need you lot to help me hunt down the rogues so I can extract their energy. By now, who knows how much they've gathered. Only one of them should suffice to get you all back home.
Who are these rogues you speak of?
They are evil robots that want to take over the world because they're evil.
Sure.
But yeah, we'll get them eventually.
Can't you just open another one? We saw you do it before you went all...
Windows shutdown noise.
Unfortunately, no. The remaining of my energy was used to eliminate that child.
So we had to remind people that
Open
that was a
another one.
Windows
We
reference.
saw you do it before you went all...
Why do I feel old? Why do I feel old? Stop making me feel old. Windows shutdown noise. Oh god.
Unfortunately, no. The remaining of my energy was used to eliminate that child.
You what?
Yeah, Frisk. The Terminator. The Friskinator. The Undertaleinator. file save. Of course, regenerate. Yeah, Five Nights at Freddy's. Springtrap.
Care to join us for a little game? Are
Shank.
you just gonna stand there or what? What the hell was that?
Just like the game. Frisk.
Look, no need to be hasty.
I like that. Shows Frisk running. Right there.
We can talk this out. Listen, we can make a deal. I have knowledge, resources, whatever you're after. I can help you get it.
Pretending to gather info.
The mentioned knight serves as a chosen vessel fated to imprison the Radiants, thereby safeguarding their kingdom from the insidious threat of infection.
I'm sorry, say what now? You mean that thing?
What a noble quest. It seems our destinies are intertwined in ways we hadn't fathomed.
Yeah, this was really cool. Game Master. And then it turns into a bow and arrow.
Oh boy, looks like Destiny kicking up its heels with us. What's going on now?
It's one of them. It's preparing for attack.
They should not be capable of landing such a blow from a distance.
Okay, a little play on the subtitle, having the no go all, bleed off the screen.
Heading this way! Get ready!
Did that thing just ski-daddle on by? Dude!
Oh, Unathor, sorry. Game Master's who Drifter and Deadhead takes on.
Damn it! Frustration aside, let's turn this to our advantage. This realm is about to be smelted. Millions of portals will start appearing. And if we're lucky, we'll be able to catch one before we fall to our demise. We only have one shot at this.
We cannot depart without Cuphead.
He's dead. Get over it!
That is not an option.
Then what do you suppose we do? Fly up and slap him into consciousness?
Note how strong Shovel Knight is, that he's able to toss Madeline with just a little flick like that. Let's get to the next subtitle, please. Yeah, that's really awesome. Yeah, Drifter. He foresaw
Hey,
his stuff.
peasant.
There we go.
Peasant, look at me. Hey, hello. Hey, look at me. Wake up. Look, I am not above letting you die if that happens again. Got it? Also, how does this thing turn on? Does it have...
Beheaded. Sorry, I said deadhead. I forgot it's beheaded.
At least let me have this thing. Knocks these guys in one shot, which is pretty satisfying, gotta admit. Oof, you got the malaise too? No? A cold, narcolepsy, some terminal disease.
It's like freaking Deadpool. This is Judgment, the final boss of Hyperlight Drifter. Alright, so here we go. Tip, this is Judgment, the final boss of Hyperlight Drifter. Okay, that's who Drifter was fighting. Okay. So basically it's telling me a game, piece of game information. I could have gotten that from the game.
I have no idea who that is.
Instructional video.
Explains why you black out every 2 minutes.
They got their own in-game health.
There we go. Been looking for one of these all day. Gotta move. See ya, peasant with a terminal disease. Make your days count, I guess.
There we go, Game Master.
Really? Come on, peasant, let's kick his ass. Well, that's useless now.
Meanwhile, ready to drop an arcade on him. Yeah, so one of the things that one of the reactors that I watched had pointed out that the bad guys, the rogues, according to from what they observed, that they represent like the AAA industry, the big companies, gaming companies, and that they're trying to absorb they because of how successful the indie scene is. That's their take. Keep in mind, this is their take. It's kind of interesting how that looks regarding Five Nights at Freddy's. But basically, what they're saying is that because indie games like Undertale, Hollow Knight, Celeste, the Cuphead, they get so big, they get they get really big. Indie is good and bad. Indie is good and bad, chat. But the observation they pointed out was that the bad guys represent the AAA industry, and because indies can be are getting very noticeable, very big, sometimes even winning awards, that the AAA industry, who is represented by these black geometric creatures, are trying to eliminate all the indie games and absorb them. In this case here, Five Nights at Freddy's. Should have added shovelware. No, we're talking about the popular indie games like Celeste, Five Nights at Freddy's, Hollow Knight, and so on. And basically, one of the reactors observed is pointing out that they're trying to like get rid of these indie games because they're too popular and taking the how you say. Thunder away from their AAA games. So in this case here, we got Five Nights at Freddy's, who started off as an indie game, got really big, got really popular, and then it went mainstream. So now Freddy's being absorbed by the mainstream and the big industries. A very interesting take, quite honestly. Another one observed that they were that the baddies are the software engines as opposed to the AAA companies. Not sure about that because Unity. A lot of these games were made on like Unity and other engines and such. I find the one that's interesting being AAA companies trying to destroy the indie scene, because the indie scene, gets seen as more popular, as opposed to the AAA games that get churned out with their gachas and such like that, and their microtransactions and constant DLC and patches and everything. I find that an interesting take. Yeah, Unity is popular, and it is a double-edged sword, indeed. So basically, that's what happened here to Five Nights at Freddy's. It started off as an indie game, and then all of a sudden went mainstream and turned into that.
I can see, feel everything. This is beyond anything I could have imagined.
You brought along quite the gift, little one.
Now, about that little game. Gather around, friends. This kid could use some company.
Yep. Where's your knife now, Prisk? Alright, let's get to the next set of subtitles here. Does this one have subtitles here, if I remember correctly?
Oh, my head. Well, this place is certainly less depressing.
Where are
No, that one is that one is Frisk.
Realms destined to meet the same fate as the one we have just
Frisk has been
defined.
on a killing spree.
Can we have a minute? Madeline, darling, listen. You're going to get yourself killed. You know that?
What? Why?
Why? You just risked your life for that idiot. And now you're volunteering to help fight a bunch of weird-looking robots that can kill us in the blink of an eye? This is out. This is too much for you, and you know it.
Maybe it is.
Annie,
I did
you know
prove
it.
you wrong before. You climbed a mountain. For most people, that's a huge achievement. But for these guys, it's probably just another Monday.
I didn't climb the mountain all by myself. I had your help. If we didn't put aside our differences, we're never going to make it. And if accepting others can make a difference for the better, I don't see why that shouldn't apply here. And by the looks of it,
Yeah, so far there wasn't really much of hidden in terms of hidden subtitles.
Yeah, wonder what's up with that.
Keep this! Could be your new go-to instead of the shovel, although you might need a new name. Bat Knight! No, wait! Batman!
Sorry, young cup, but nothing in this land could ever replace it.
Suit yourself. I reckon I can send those mechanical freaks to the moon with this thing. Also, is that a duck?
Untitled Goose Game.
Seagull?
It must be a noble swan. Surely a sign of good
Yeah.
fortune on our quest.
Yeah, it's not.
Your stuff, my legs aren't working.
Let us halt our journey here.
Yeah, so far there hasn't been much of hidden subtitles. There was just only that one game explanation from Hyperlight Drifter, the enemy, and Hollow Knight subtitle saying saying
Hold it! Who goes?
sup
And I'll blast you into next week.
death threats. Yeah, see, death threats.
Hey, I was just.
Yeah, so here's another hidden subtitle, death threats. Okay. Now, I was expecting a little bit more. It's already been 20 minutes. I expected a little bit more of hidden subtitles. I feel like that was overhyped. It was really inconsequential for me to have this closed caption on.
I didn't mean to startle you. Sorry.
It's no trouble. What were you hiding from?
She's from One Shot. I never heard of that game. Came out in 2014. Never heard of that game, One Shot.
One of them saw me and tried to attack me, but I was saved at the last second. I was locked here and he went back to fight. He seemed very sick, and I don't know if he's still around.
Well, taking down one of them is no simple task, so if he's battling many, I doubt he'll go down easy. I'm confident they'll return safely. Any talents or tricks up your sleeves? It's dangerous out there.
I could talk to God. They tend to take a while.
Surely the big man upstairs is too busy with some other important tomfoolery. Also, what's with the giant light bulb? Won't that thing blind you if you keep holding it right next to your face like that?
I believe a cat's eyes would react differently when exposed to such bright light.
I am not a cat.
Oh, here we go.
I am not a cat.
All right. All right, now we got something here. By the gods of golden glory, I am ashamed. What knight am I? Who cannot tell flask from cup nor cat from child? Cursed this helm that blinds me, and this foolish heart that leaps to conclusions. I am a disgrace to the order, no, to knighthood itself. Gosh, man. It's just... oh my gosh, that's a little too dramatic, Shovel Knight. Oh my gosh. And that was too quick too. It's just only a flash. Oh man. But okay. Well, that was funny. That was funny. Well, got a little something. I hope there's more of that.
A person. This is supposed to be the sun that will save the decaying world. Or at least it was. I was just about to do it, but suddenly found myself here.
What happens if it breaks?
That would mean the end of the world I was trying to save. But...
But what?
Nothing.
Fair enough.
Meanwhile... Yeah, see, now here's another... Okay, here's another good example. Tetris. They're dropping... it looks like they're Tetris... Yeah, it's Tetris. Is another good example of what the reactors observed. Tetris was not mainstream. It wasn't mainstream, and it wasn't brought in by Triple at the time of its creation. It was stuck in the Soviet Union. But when it did make it, but a lot of people don't realize that when it first came to the U.S., if I remember correctly, if I remember my history correctly, Nintendo hadn't picked it up yet. It was on computers first. It was on the PC first, but it was like independently sold by somebody. If my historical memories are correct, and it was then Tengen that got well, not Tengen, but Atari Corp, who created Tengen to circumvent Nintendo's seal of approval policies, got their hands on it, but Nintendo was able to officially get their hands officially of Tetris, and that's when Tetris went mainstream. So again, you see the blocks, the Tetraminos, in the same color, same black and neon color scheme like Freddy was in Five Nights at Freddy's. Haven't gone into mainstream and receive all the power. Yeah, then this Pac-Man. See another one right there. Pac-Man is mainstream. But when Pac-Man first started, Pac-Man was an unknown arcade game. It didn't even, it started in Japan. You know what I'm saying? Pac-Man started in Japan. It wasn't, like, very heavily mainstream. Pac-Man fever, Pac-Man fever. But Pac-Man didn't start off mainstream. Pac-Man was in Japan. And then when it came to North America in the arcades, that's when Pac-Man legitimately blew up and turned into an icon. And so, once again, it gets this whole color scheme. And at that time, Pac-Man was on the Atari 2600, ColecoVision, all sorts of, Amiga, then Nintendo on the NES. It just went complete mainstream. Then it ended up on cereal boxes, had its own Hanna-Barbera cartoon show. So... the observation was very very good, and I'm liking and I like that the observation. It all, of course, depends on Moro explaining. And at the arcade, Casey Munchkin was better. Chat. I know, and at the arcade, Casey Munchkin was better.
Oh, thank God that was weird.
You gotta be kidding. Come here, you little.
Just trying to see if there's any other references. We got the Metal Gear Solid exclamation point reference. Oh, driver soon. Assure the anomaly that fighting is futile. Stop scaling. 37 million, 36 million degrees. Future. So it said future. The future. Okay, we got some subtitles here. Alright, that didn't show up. I didn't see the, yeah. We got subtitles here. Although the Drifter eventually defeats Judgment, hoping it would cure his illness. Gotta say, the artwork is, the animation is spectacular. It only got worse. With uncertainty, he followed the jackal just like he did from the start of his journey. Only for his guide to leave him for dead. Alright, so the it narrated the whole thing here. Alright, let's oh wow. Yeah. This was pretty amazing. I wanna Alright. Let's see. Casey Munchkin was for the Odyssey 2 and lost that court trial. It was better than Pac-Man. Yeah, that stinks. No wonder I don't know the name. It lost the trial. Thanks, chat. So, okay. Alright, let's check out the subtitles here. Okay, this is the halfway point. The future, although the Drifter eventually defeats. Alright, let's see here. So, it fights one of the bad guys, which is Judgment. And he will win. Okay. Because he thought it would kill his cure his illness. Got it. So he's seeing that even if he wins, he's still going to lose. He's still gonna die. For uncertainty, follow the jackal just like he did. With uncertainty. But he won't make it this time. Got it. So he's capable. So the future shows that, according to the subtitles, he will win. He will win, but he will die, and his guide will leave him for dead. So, in other words, the baddies are trying to. It lost to Pac-Man. Aww. Well, they should bring back Casey Munchkin. Anyway, it doesn't matter at this point. So, got it. So now we know one possible outcome of the series is that Drifter can beat Judgment, but he will die. And Game Master is showing him this to convince him not to beat Judgment because he will die. So he's playing to Drifter's want to not die by telling him if you kill him you will die, but if you don't kill him you will keep your jackal will not leave you behind. Got it. So the subtitles made that a little clear. All right, that's pretty cool. Yeah, it really sucks. You know, the early 80s was rough, especially Nintendo and Donkey Kong. That was a crazy one.
Terrible timing for a siesta. Oh, great.
trying to see if I can find the next set of subtitles.
Gregory, is that you? You're not.
Alright, let's pull back just a little bit more. Yeah, okay.
Gregory, is that you? You're not Gregory. Who are you? Are you lost?
Catch these hands. Alright, there's another subtitle. Catch these hands. That's hilarious.
Are you lost?
So the subtitles fill in the blanks for the muted characters like Hollow Knight and Frisk here, and fill in and narrate certain situations. I'm not sure if the narration was even. Yes, I know it's Chara, but the thing says Chara, but this is Frisk. They made that very clear at the beginning of the whole series. This is Frisk.
Quick, get in! I'll get us out of here. I don't know what's going on, but this looks bad. Who are you, by the way? I thought you were someone else. Oh, right. I'll keep going. I see an elevator ahead. My name is Freddy, by the way. Do you mind if I scan you? Duly noted. We need to lay low. I do not recognize this great kid.
Oh, okay. He didn't finish his whole line, but the subtitle takes care of it. We need to lay low. I do not recognize this area of the Pizzaplex. So they're in the Pizzaplex. Got it.
I do not recognize this great kid. Don't worry. I will protect you. The path is blocked by what seems to be electric bars. There might be another way around. Do you see that small vent on the floor? You might be able to reach the other side. Way to go, superstar! What? Are you all right? Please wait here. I'll only be a minute. There's a recharge station.
Sorry, but I must be at my peak strength. Fear not, I shall get an alternative for you.
Hey, blue guy. What
Chester.
Got any goods for sale, Chester?
I've got all the deals. You just name it.
Hey, wasn't that the bat I just found on the ground?
You must be thinking.
Wait, how does Shovel Knight know this guy's name is Chester?
Sure. Anyways, I want pancakes.
Pancakes would be nice. I would like to have pancakes as well, if you don't mind.
That would be 250 each.
Don't worry, folks. It's on me tonight.
Sorry, whimsical talking flask, but a coin ain't enough.
That was a Mario coin. I just realized it.
Well, it's very hell for price, don't you think?
What is this? Some kind of circus invitation?
All their
I don't
in-game
deal in
currencies.
metal scrap. Sorry, little buddy.
Gotta like it.
Got anything, Shovel?
Aye, certainly. No! Could I perhaps receive a discount?
No can do, pal. Maybe come back when you're a little more financially secure. Always a pleasure doing business. Keep the change.
This might be a really dumb question, but do you, like, use a shovel as a weapon?
Not a dumb question at all. Yes, I wield a trusty shovel in battle. It's great for digging and, of course, giving foes a good whack. Though it's been through some tough fights. Got cut in half once in a clash with, My, that's a fine weapon you've got there. But I reckon you...
The nail.
I am not worthy of such a piece. Keep it and swing it with pride, little friend.
I can scout around for basic fix-up materials. We can try to get that shovel in better shape.
Much obliged, Nico. This shovel's been my trusty companion for a long time. I'm certain there must be something here that can fix it. Give me a shout if you come up with something.
Will do.
Hey, so what's the deal with that ghost thingy of yours? Thanks for the save, by the way.
Oh, she's, a part of me? My pragmatic side, I guess. We've been through a lot together.
I get it. I've got Mugman. We've stirred up trouble in more dicey joints than I can count.
Must be nice to still be kids.
If being a kid doesn't get you a get-out-of-jail-free card...
Hey, thanks. Thanks a lot. Welcome.
Unless you're a ghost, then you can pretty much
Welcome,
get away with anything.
Ilsadar.
Heck, even charming people into giving you stuff, just like my other friend, Chalice. She's like you, except the creepy face.
Hey, you never told us what your name was.
Doesn't matter.
Well, wouldn't it be better than calling you a robot?
I am not a robot. But yeah, good point. Call me Charlotte.
Say, machine, how do we repair rogues? They have proven themselves to be a serious threat.
The simplest method to defeat them is to stall until they overheat. Although their drone shell prevents that portal energy from taking over, failure to cool down in time allows that energy to seep in. While this works in our favor, it does make their attacks far more unpredictable and on a much larger
That's a good balance.
But given
That's a good
sufficient
balance
time, it should
in what they
reveal
do.
visible glowing fractures. Here's a demonstration. You, strike here. That would be your cue to go all out before it heals. That's all you need to know. Now leave me alone.
I just realized he stuck his, he held his cup out. Tip: this is the dream nail. Allows the knight to read his to read minds. Yeah, I know that. I played Hollow Knight. Okay. Well, it's just another game tip for people who don't know the game. All right, that's interesting. All right. That's another in-game tip.
Steady yourself, Shovel Knight. You must remain the symbol of hope to these young people. These struggles are yours alone to endure, for their minds must remain unburdened by your sorrow.
Still moping over your...
Okay. That makes sense for the subtitle to be there. Allows people to know that that's what's really happening. Although I think I think showing just does enough. You know, that I think the show did enough. There was no need to tell. Yeah, you see all that, and then you see that surrounded. Yeah, the subtitle is just telling people what it is, but it's already showing. I think people will get that. There was no need for that subtitle.
Steady yourself, Shovel Knight. You must remain the symbol of hope to these young people. These struggles are yours alone to endure, for their minds must remain unburdened by your sorrow.
Still moping over your shovel?
Yes, indeed. Yes, that is precisely what troubles me at this moment. For it is a very cherished weapon, you see.
Uh-huh. Well, Nico over there seems to be onto something. Hey! What about a game of darts? You in? Let's call it a rematch.
Your challenge is accepted.
Chat says some people need things bashed into their heads. Subtle's just too much. some people maybe, but there's yeah, maybe I'm giving too much credit. Maybe I'm giving way too much credit. Something's gotta be spelled out, right? Yeah. I'm not getting it. Oh, here we go.
I'm putting you in time.
He's got his knife. Okay, said Freddy, you bitch. Freddy, you bitch. Okay, that's not helpful.
I should have arrived sooner.
Game over. Yeah, after getting mind screwed, there's the jackal. And he gets to cool off. Okay, there's the next subtitles. Hold on. There we go.
You should look up more often.
Okay. Let's see if we could find the next set of subtitles. Oh. Yeah, he tried.
Well, mind if I do the honors?
And he gets frozen. AAA companies unite. Get your gold pass DLC, everybody. Beheaded with the middle finger flipped. Only $5.99. Any subtitles here?
Driven by the desire to explore the boundaries of life and death.
Let's see. Chat says, what I find odd with the idea you gave is that Freddy that's helping is from what's arguably the most mainstream FNAF game. The rules of the way that the story works in Indie Cross is that the entire world is being absorbed. it's being absorbed in its entirety, very slowly, but over time it'll be absorbed completely. So they're still trying to. So they're still working on absorbing the whole game world, and that's why Freddy is trying to resist the whole. Freddy's trying to resist and helping out Frisk in trying to get away from the whole thing.
Actions, your actions. They're born of the same curiosity, the same desire for control. You know what you're capable of, how easy it is to erase mistakes. Start over and over until you get what you want. Don't let a soft spot for that animatronic fool you into thinking you're any different from me. Deep down, you're just as much of a monster.
We got a little dialogue here. Sure, but I'm not you.
Well, fine by me.
Oh, there goes the knife again. Like that, that the balls are realistic looking.
You, always tampering with affairs that don't concern you. Well, not anymore. Pitiful.
He got his weapons back. Plus 50. Plus 50 attack, plus 50 defense, plus 50 dexterity, plus 50 wisdom.
No more haunting. This is where your story ends. All of you. The longer you drag this out, the more painful your death will be. See how far it gets you.
Dang, that's really cool. They did such a great job with the animation. It's insane. I'm just waiting to see if there's any subtitles from Frisk, since that one popped up during this whole fight.
Take control of me. I am me.
No. No! No. This is not how it ends.
I always.
Let's find the next subtitle.
Right,
There we go.
stay sharp. We have company.
Nightmare Game Master. Alright, where's the subtitles?
Is that it?
Stay on guard. Whatever burden you endure, let the past be. Press on, for every moment is precious.
Shovel Knight's Realm. Let me just walk very slowly. Yeah. Get your DLC Golden Pass of Shovel Knight. All the DLC. All 5 of them.
Your way out, perhaps? Goodbye, superstar.
Wait, what did that say? God, these subtitles took me forever. Yeah, I'm venting. Shut up. Oh, gosh. Let's get to the post-credit here. See if there's any subtitles. No subtitle for V1. Nope, none. So, yeah, there wasn't much to the subtitles. You know, No, there wasn't. Only that one scene that was very much relevant. Everything was just, yeah. And even this one just didn't. This whole sequence here. It's just narrating what was happening, but I didn't need the subtitles to tell me, his situation here. That if he kills the guy, Drifter dies, and the dog would go away. So yeah. So I feel like the subtitles were a little overhyped. They were a little too overhyped. There was just nothing of significant value for the research. Just a little, a couple of quips here and there. That was it. That was it. So no problem. Nothing of valuable was lost, but it was very interesting. Seeing some of those subtitles, seeing a couple of those subtitles. It was interesting. All right, so let's move on to the next one. Let's move on to the next segment here. We're going to talk about brain-computer interface. Brain-computer interface. Hooray! I'm sure chat will be very happy to hear that. Okay, BCI, brain-computer interface. From what I had been informed, is the ability to connect a human brain to another human brain via a computer system. I hope I got that right. Probably don't, but it's more. Let's see. You think boiling down the gaming industry down to indie good, mainstream bad, reeks of elitism. Well, like I said, that was one reactor's observation. And that's not what the reactor was saying either. You're putting words in that reactor's mouth. Yeah, anybody who actually legitimately believes that, yeah, definitely reeks of elitism. For me personally, for indie games like Cuphead, Ori, the Ori series, like getting picked up and supported by Microsoft, is actually great. And then like Nintendo providing, actually getting their act together and making the eShop a little bit more accessible for publishing indie games was great. And then including a couple of indie companies like Shantae, Cuphead, and Undertale in Smash Brothers Ultimate was really good. It was really classy. And then doing that whole indie direct for them, Nintendo doing all that. Nintendo versus Power, that's a whole different story there. That's actually more of a copyright issue. That's not the same of what's being what's being discussed here. We're talking about indies going mainstream because I have seen people debate whether if an indie company like, say, Way Forward achieves the level of success that it does, do they count now as being an indie company, or are they mainstream? Like a double A, if not a triple A. Honestly, it's dumb. To me, it's a very, very dumb. These are all dumb takes. They're primarily business buzzwords. You know, they're all business buzzwords. First and foremost, every company is striving to succeed and become mainstream. That's the goal of a company. You know, to try to achieve the level of success of someone like Hasbro. Well, Wizards of the Coast. Wizards of the Coast is a great example. Wizards of the Coast was completely an indie company when they first released Magic the Gathering, and they achieved a lot of success and became mainstream. Then Hasbro bought them out, which is par for the course when it comes to becoming a big company. But when does some company like Wizard of the Coast stop being called indie and be called mainstream because of its level of success? To me, these qualifiers is absolutely dumb. You can't measure success with buzzwords and descriptors. If your company makes it, you make it. That's it. And that's what happened with Way Forward. That's what happened with Toby Fox with Undertale, Shovel Knight with Yacht Games and Shovel Knight. You know, they achieved success. They achieved success. You know, they're companies. They're small companies that achieve success. You know. Exactly. You're absolutely right, chat. There's nothing wrong with making money. It's what they do when they have power. Well, what the hell? What's this power thing? What the heck? Power? What power? What power are you talking about? No one has power. You either succeed or you don't. The power has nothing to do with it. You gotta sell good. You gotta have a good sell. Money and influence. If that's the case, then every dang company would all be millionaires. You gotta have good marketing. It's not influence and money. This. You know, gamers are not attracted like some companies shooting down smaller ones. So you're hanging too hard on Nintendo and Power World. That's a whole different story. The Power World is in a lot of flack because of copyright. That's not the same as what Way Forward, Yacht Games, and Toby Fox and others have done. They didn't. It's just one example. Right, but you're talking about a completely different issue between big companies and small companies. I'm talking about success. I'm talking about companies achieving these small companies achieving success, and you know those games are not at least. Nide, I've been following the whole Power World thing. I freaking went into the freaking patents office and showed and posted up on YouTube, on my YouTube channel, how these companies do the patents. Yeah, don't give me that "so have I," okay? Don't give me that "so have I" thing, all right? You're talking about a completely different topic from what I'm talking about. You're talking about copyright issues. I'm talking about company growth and being absorbed through growth. Yes, I do enjoy you being like this. Night is like, you know you love me. Mm-mm-mm. I'm trying to gather my thoughts here. Look, here's the thing. Okay, the whole industry side of things, gamers should be attentive of, but shouldn't put too much stock into. You know what you want to do with your money. Here's the thing, gamers, listen carefully. Okay, we are the customers. We know what we want when we go to buy something. If advertising and marketing doesn't sell us on the game, that's the fault of the company. That's not the fault of social media or Twitter or anything. That's on the heads of the company. It's their job to sell the product. If they can't sell the product and it doesn't succeed, whether you're an indie company or a AAA company or a AA company or a one guy army like Cave Story, like the creator of Cave Story, it's your responsibility as the creator to market and sell. If you can't market and sell, you're not going to make money. People are not going to buy things. That's not on the customer's heads. Don't worry about those type of things. If it's something you like, buy it. If you don't like it, don't buy it. But don't sweat the whole politics and business sides of things, because you know what you want to do. It's your money. At the end of the day, it's your cash. There's nothing a company can do about it. They can't force you. They can't shame you. They can't compel you or coerce you. The only thing they could do is try and convince you. And if they can't convince you, that's the company's fault. That's your main point, be it indie or Main Street. The Long Dark is awesome. Gonna have to take a look at that. you know the don't sweat it. Don't sweat it. You got to look at the product. You got to play the product. And if you don't like the product, that's it. There's nothing the company could do about it. So now let's get back to the next topic. Brain computer interface, which from what I understand is when you connect two human brains via computer or a microchip or some type of thing. The Long Dog is also funny. It's a game where the sandbox mode is more popular than the story mode. Alright. Yeah, sandboxes. Everyone loves sandboxes. BBI. Oh, BBI, the big brain interface, right? Get mother brain to connect to another brain. So, BCI, brain computer interface. This was something that was actually explored in many science fictions. Brain to brain interface through brain computer interface. One good example in science fiction happens to be Star Trek, where we were introduced to the Borg. The Borg loves to assimilate, and do mind things. I like to do mind things. I don't know why it's at 360p. This and this is what happens when you start interfacing brain to brain. Everyone's greatest fear. Hey, get back to work. Assimilation. Let's not let that happen to us. Chat says, although BBI is still in its starting phase, yeah. The Borg. They're Swedish. The Swedes are gonna assimilate us. I guess this is some fan-made music video. I thought this was a... Yeah, I thought this was a clip. Well, that's fine. You know what? This probably a copyright thing. I mean, it said it was going to show the Borg assimilating. Oh, I'm getting a zapping here. But yeah, you see them walking like zombies and everything because they reacted. Are we just getting action parts? Yeah. Okay. That was not good for the eyes. Let's get past that. Let's get past that. Yeah, this was it said assimilation process. And that's what happens to us when we start brain interfacing. And then there's the prosthetics, which then the brain starts clicking in. Get eye replacement. It's very gruesome. One of the most scary villains before they went to weird directions with it. And then you hear the thoughts. So that's pretty much our fate. That's pretty much our fate with the brain-computer interface. That's right, Chad. It's very invasive. It's very invasive, very scary. It is possible that can happen. That's the nightmare scenario. But that's not really what people are trying to do here. This is from Penn Medicine. Thought-controlled prosthetics, a brain-computer interface breakthrough. Basically, this is what this is the reality, not the science fiction, but the reality of what's really going on with BCI. Here we got a big breakthrough for prosthetics, people who sadly lose limbs and been given prosthetics, and we've seen it throughout all of human history, from the peg leg of the pirates to more modern designs. Now you see why I link it with cyborgs. That's right, chat. And of course, it also leads to things like this. To this, I should have had this up. Here we go. Here we go. Leads to also things like this. Let's get the gratuitous zoom-ins in. Admit it, we all want hands like this whenever this happens, whenever we lose a limb. So, in a sense, when you think about it, groovy. when you think about it, if we look at it this way, given that this is a fantasy setting, we got a close up of the mechanisms. Here we go. Let's see here. Yeah, you see the close up of the mechanisms, and then we see that he tightens into his arm, and then he uses his muscles to flex it all into place. Tightens it in, and now when he flexes, he can make it do that, just like that. That's basically what some of the prosthetics are being done at this point, with the little flexibility of the muscle, the little jerk, and it'll make a little enclosement. Of course, we also have the classic example of Luke Skywalker, but we don't need to see that because we all know what that looks like when Luke Skywalker got a new arm, as well as Anakin Skywalker. Science fiction always likes to depict arms as somehow being miraculously attached, as opposed to here in Army of Darkness, where we see the fantasy version and see how it really functions. When it comes to science fiction, whenever an arm gets replaced, we just assume that somehow they put something like, somehow it's all cybernetic and everything. Little Orphan Annie, yep, her too. When she lost that arm, trying to rescue her dog from the evil people, and Daddy Warbucks had to replace that arm. And of course, if we want to go to the more extreme end, let's see here. Let's see if we got this. Let's see. Is this it? Here we go. If we want to go with Japan's idea of prosthetics, laying out the future. Let's see if I can find that. One movie that I watched that was just so extremely hilarious. Let's see if we can find it. I got the scene here. I just need to find the a safe scene here, because you know how Japan is with their live actions. You meant Skywalker, Anakin, and Annie. Here we go. So this is the machine girl. This is the machine girl. This is our titular character, and as you can see, she's missing an arm. And what does Japan do? What's Japan's solution? Attach a gun to it. Just attach a gun prosthetic to it and start shooting at everybody. I like Japan's idea better. Oh, and for added fun, some BCI use AI to translate the brainwaves. So yeah, AI. I know a lot of people are scared of AI, but let me tell you something. AI, just to get this out of the way, AI is sort of like the way everybody's freaking out at AI is the same way people freaked out over the cameras when they were first invented. People back in the old days when the cameras were first introduced to the world thought that their souls were being taken. Some of them really thought that their souls were being put inside the picture, and that bad things will happen to them if something happens. If something happens to that picture. It was that's how scared people were. Another good one was film. People hadn't gotten used to film at that. There were some people who never got used to film, and when they saw it, like for example, a train going up to the camera, people would be like, and they immediately duck because they thought the train was really going to hit them, even though it was a camera screen, even though it was camera. But it's no different. Yeah. Technology is the way it's always been. Like chat says, it depends on how you use it. Some is good, some is bad, but it's funny indeed. How we use the technology, depends on how whether it's going to be good or bad. That's why I always say that Twitter in and of itself, the app in and of itself is not the real problem. It's the people who utilizes it. Some use it for good, and a lot of good has been done with it. And then you got people who use it for bad, and so much bad has been done with it. So it's no different. Technology is always like this, you know, or else but then by logic's take, then the cavemen should never have been messing with fire, because if used right, you can cook food, keep people warm, and survive the deadly winter. Or you could take the flame and burn somebody with it. Is it the fire's fault? No, it's how the cavemen used it, and determined our whole fate. We can't live in perpetual fear of every new thing that comes out, or in perpetual anger when they don't work the way it's supposed to work. We can't blame the devices in and of themselves, or else we can't advance as a species. The environment that we live in on this earth is out to kill us. Okay, if it ain't the lions and the tigers, it's the weather. And if it's not the weather, it's the disease. Oh, well, chat uses DeepSeek, ChatGPT's alternative. It's funny. I've no doubt that it's funny. No doubt at all. But yeah, to show, an example in science fiction, like the Machine Girl and the Borg, the use of a prosthetic gun was used for primarily revenge in Machine Girl, whereas Ash used his prosthetic to help the townspeople fight off the Deadites, and of course the Borg used theirs to conquer all of life and existence and make it all one. And how you apply, and that's the way people perceive technology, both negative and positive. So in terms of reality here in real life, science fiction has always been inspirational. Like we got before we got these smartphones, before we ended up getting these smartphones, we started off with the flip phones. We started with the giant bricks for phones, back in the 80s. But we had the flip phones when they got compact down, and we just flip them up like this. And we saw all of that in Star Trek, the original series, when Captain Kirk would pull out the thing and go, and he starts communicating in the whole thing just like that. Stuff like that inspires a lot of people to, tap into the technology. And prosthetics is no, then you had Jurassic Park. That's what I was going with. I was segueing into Jurassic Park, where we all talked about cloning and bringing extinct species back to life. And 90s panicked in a heartbeat. It was like, oh my god. All the politicians took advantage of it, to win their votes and everything, and pass laws to prevent cloning and so on. Even though Dolly the Sheep happened. And now today, dire wolves came back. But much like in Jurassic Park, how it was explained that they took the dino DNA out of the mosquitoes, but then they used frog DNA to fill in the blanks, they had to do the same thing with the dire wolves in order to bring them back from extinction. So things like that is happening, such things like that. And with what's going on here with brain-computer interface, now medicine, the medicine field is working on prosthetics to be able to interface a computer with prosthetics for people to utilize. And in this particular video here, brain-computer interface, no open brain surgery required, gives us a little insight. This on. Oh, sorry, I went to the wrong one. Oh, sorry, I meant pen medicine. We'll see the other one too. Chat says, dire wolves for a given value of dire wolf. Even the people admit they are not dire wolves. There's nothing dire about it either. So we're going to start with pen medicine first, and we'll go to CNET. Pen medicine, thought control prosthetics, and brain-computer interface breakthrough. They're going to explain exactly what they got cooked up for medicine for people who are in need of being able to walk and hold hands and and so on.
The way that we translate our thoughts into actions is absolutely mysterious. There's no doubt that the motor cortex is involved. There's also no doubt that it's not able to control your movements on its own. And how those things come together is, in some sense, the heart of free will.
My area of expertise with functional neurosurgery allows this unique window where we can now research the intricacies of hand and arm function so that ultimately we could drive computer interfaces that would help patients with paralysis.
Ziga's team is researching how signals from the brain translate to physical movements. The ultimate goal is to enable paralyzed patients to control prosthetic limbs through using only their thoughts.
Profound experience while I was growing up. A friend of mine was paralyzed from a diving accident. And so I've always been thinking about this idea of restoring function with devices to give patients some independence back. Patients that we're recruiting for this research are undergoing deep brain stimulation for movement disorders. They have Parkinson's disease or tremor.
Gosh, if they could...
long-term electrode.
Tremor, really?
Brain for their movement disorder that they're going to have as their therapy moving forward. And just before we wake them up, we place this electrode on the surface of the brain that's about 2 centimeters by 2 centimeters. And then we're going to start the experiment, okay? Yeah. And it has 1,024 contacts.
It's hundreds of times higher resolution than the next most readily available electrodes.
Is Precision ready?
And it provides the world's highest resolution electrical picture of her motor cortex as she moves.
So
wow.
You can see a very, very high resolution window into the brain. And we've created special gloves that reconstruct the movements of the hand. And so in the OR, what we see is this full 3D reconstruction of their actual movement, synchronized with the deep activity in the brain and the cortical surface activity. All are a window into how the behavior is being executed.
All right, so I'm going to ask you to reach out to this 3 times.
Each person is different from every other person. And until we study more people, we just don't know what that range of variation is going to be.
Participants in this study already require electrodes on the brain as part of their deep brain stimulation treatment. Since the doctor performs the procedure weekly, his team at Penn can gather valuable data faster and more consistently than previously thought possible.
When you think about
nice.
moving a hand or actually go to move the hand, different frequency bands carry different types of information related to movement.
Wow, that's big.
Really
that's big.
Time waveform. You can see how the activity on the brain surface evolves over time. So it's sort of like a musical orchestra where certain frequencies go away, certain frequencies come up.
Alpha, theta, data waves.
Interesting patterns of spirals and waves traveling from one direction to the other. One of my colleagues likened it to watching the weather on television.
Huh, look at that.
So really, our job is to listen and know what patterns in the music relate to the behavior.
That's interesting that they related it to music.
When we are successful in deploying these kinds of technologies, what it will demonstrate is that we understand the brain and its inner workings, and that's going to have foundational impact on who we think we are and how we explain our behavior.
The technology that we're working on to provide thought-based control of external devices to people who are paralyzed, that has never been possible before. That's only been really dreamed of.
And so I imagine a world where folks with paralysis will be able to interact with things in their home. I imagine a world where we can take somebody who's an amputee and restore the movement with a prosthetic. But it's incredible that we're now at this cusp of new technologies that are going to facilitate us understanding how the brain works and potentially translating that to our patients.
Success. Penn Med. Yeah, that's ooh. Yo, that's actually fantastic. They're getting there. They're getting there. Focus ultrasound for Parkinson's disease and essential tremor. Oh man.
That's the.
Anyway,
the way that
dang
we
it, pause, just pause. That's pretty fantastic how far they're coming along here. You know, like I said, the inspiration, you know, so much inspirations. The brain, one of the final frontiers of humanity. The brain, you know, if they could pull this off, it'll be fantastic. You know, and get people to move again. Maybe stop tremors. Whew. So this next video, brain-computer interface, no open brain surgery required. This is on CNET channel. We're gonna see exactly how they're going to do this without cracking open our skulls to insert the chip. I mean, it probably would be possible to insert the chip via syringe. You know what I'm saying? Which will be a very tiny chip, but that's a very tricky thing because our brains are so dang complex and everything. And the fact that they're making some level of progress in understanding, it's quite remarkable. Let's see how they'll pull this off without brain surgery. You know, without going full Borg on us. We don't want to end up like Janeway, where they stick the drill all the way into the brain and lock it in, or pluck our eye out and replace it with a cyber eye.
This device is made to be inserted into the brain, allowing people living
There it
with
is, syringe-like.
paralysis to control their phones, computers, and beyond, using only their thoughts.
I can talk to you.
Yeah, that's scary.
Thoughts.
We visited Synchron, the company developing this technology, to learn about how it works, how it gets into the brain without open brain surgery, and what it's like to use. Let's check it out. The dream of controlling computers with brainwaves, known as a brain-computer interface, or BCI for short, has been around for decades. So far, most of these technologies have primarily stayed within the domain of clinical trials and studies, especially when it comes to devices that are actually implanted inside the skull itself. Synchron aims to change that.
Synchron is bringing electronics into the brain in a minimally invasive way, and it's going to be useful for brain-computer interfaces, for brain monitoring, for brain mapping, and for brain stimulation.
Synchron says it's been able to get around the need for open brain surgery by building off of stents and catheters, pre-existing medical devices that enter the body via the blood vessels.
We enter into the
Hold on. Now, is that really safe?
Way up into the brain.
Hold on a second, because if that's plaque, is that really safe to have the artery, to have the vessel, be wide like that, while leaving the plaque inside? Is that really safe to do? I mean, I know it's opening it up for passage, but is it really safe to leave the plaque like that and having the artery looking thick like that? That's a little concerning there. Because I get what they're trying to do. By opening it up, you get more flow, but you're also leaving a bulge within the vessel. I don't know if that's really a good idea.
Blood vessels.
We enter the blood vessel vein in the neck, make our way up into the brain, and then the stent opens up over that.
So they do it through stents.
The motor cortex, and it communicates wirelessly with the outside world to control personal devices.
The resulting implant is called a stentrode, and the full system is called the Synchron switch. Oxley demonstrated the insertion for us on a model brain used for training by doctors before they go on to perform the procedure on human beings.
So I'm just going to open this, and then this is going to go up through the jugular vein, up into the brain. And now we deploy the device.
Tom said that the prevalence of cath labs, places where catheter-based procedures occur, creates a good jumping off point for the Stentrode to become a more widely accessible medical device.
Our philosophy for a BCI to be successful for a large number of people, to be scalable, is that it had to be simple. And one way to do that is to really simplify what you're looking for in the brain patterns. And in the part of the brain that we're in, there are aggregations of activity that represent attempted movement.
The antennas inside the Stentrode pick up the signals inside the brain, and the synchron switch transmits them wirelessly to perform the desired action.
The simplest elements of control are point and click.
Stare at it and think about moving for a long time and it'll start zooming in. Yeah, and release. So you made a click, your first click with your brain.
You're going to see videos of our patients using iOS to send health reports, to do text messaging in combination with
it sounds like telepathy.
Platforms like eye tracking. Getting back your ability to control a personal device can be hugely empowering.
Like a traditional stent, the Stentrode is made to remain inside the body indefinitely.
The biggest risk of the procedure is that there can be a blood clot that forms inside the device when it's sitting inside the blood vessel. But what happens over about a 90-day period, cells grow over the device and it incorporates into the wall of the blood vessel, kind of like a tattoo. From that point on, the risk of blood clotting is much lower, but patients are still staying on aspirin after the device has been inserted.
A common concern when dealing with any sort of internet-connected device is privacy. Let alone a device that can listen to and interpret your thoughts.
The privacy concerns are real. If there was to be a privacy leak, at worst, it would be able to predict as a corollary the way that you were, say, moving your mouse on a screen. And there's a history of other implanted devices like cardiac pacemakers and cochlear hearing devices that also have privacy concerns. So in this field, it's highly regulated, and we work with the FDA to meet very high standards.
The 10th patient to receive the Synchron Switch implant was the last required for Synchron's current round of clinical testing, and one more pivotal trial will be required before getting market approval from the FDA.
We were the first company to enroll and now complete enrollment for a human implantable clinical trial. So it's a very exciting time, and the patients that we've worked with have been an inspiration.
With a less invasive route inside the brain, Synchron's technology could open up a lot of other possibilities for treatment, monitoring, and beyond.
When people have seizures, they have to go to their doctor, and the doctor says, how many seizures have you had? And you can't actually remember when a seizure happened. So there is an absence of technology that monitors long-term brain activity. And
I see.
Big area is deep brain stimulation. And the first example was Parkinson's disease. So you see these videos of people having a brain implant, they switch on the device, and the tremor stops. That typically requires open brain surgery. And so there is a need to look for less invasive examples of how we can control those sorts of conditions. And we think that the blood vessels are, again, an avenue that are going to provide treatment options where typically have required open brain surgery.
Oxley says the Synchron Switch will cost between $50,000 to $100,000. And he hinted that the company is working on integrating AI into its technology.
We're really excited about the interaction between our Switch system
That's pretty
and
expensive.
OpenAI or ChatGPT type integrations.
What other technologies would you like to see us feature on What the Future?
Honestly, I like the other one better. The prosthetic one better. This one is really. I'm not. There's a lot of invasive issues behind it. I mean, I get where the goal is at, and that's to deal with things like seizures and Parkinson's and so on. But I don't know if it's necessary to hook a person up to the internet. Quite honestly, I don't see the medicinal benefits. I like the other one better. That they were doing that Penn is doing with the prosthetics. I like the way they're going about it. This one, I feel like it carries way too many risks, primarily because it's going into a vessel, and they say, yeah, it'll fuse in, but how will they know? But helping the person walk again is better. Yeah. If it can lead to walking, this methodology that CNET showed, this Synchron, okay, very expensive, But I think Penn is a lot. Penn's approach is way better because at least with Penn, they're trying to learn and study further, so that way they can expand more on it. This feels more like they're trying to commercialize it. The Synchron. I feel like this is more a commercialization attempt, and I don't know how I feel about that. You know, because once you start talking about things like, yeah, we could hook up to the internet and do things on the internet, it's like, okay, that's all nice and everything, but you're putting something in a brain that Penn Medicine itself is still learning. You know, like they didn't sit there and say we solved it or anything. They said there's still more to go, and these guys who did Synchron are doing Jurassic Park here. I fear they're heading in the direction of Jurassic Park. You know, yeah, I do not want the internet in my brain, especially since they said that there's privacy invasiveness possibilities. I don't like the I'm not feeling it. Penn, however, is like, yeah, you know, we're discovering a lot of things. You know, they're not sitting there and saying, yeah, it's going to cost X amount of dollars. You notice Penn Medicine said nothing about money. You know, they didn't say how much it will cost to do it or anything. Just sat there and saying we're finding out more things. You know, we're working on our current patients, but there's still more to go. We're doing more research, but we're getting there. This guy here with Synchron, he's like, yeah, you get to search the internet. It'll cost $50,000 to $100,000, and it's like, wait, aren't you trying to be medicinal about it? New brain internet viruses. Oh gosh, man. Overloading that circuit in the human brain. We're talking sort of online here. You know, the Matrix. You die in the Matrix. You die in the real world. Yeah. So this is what science fiction talks about when it comes to messing with the human brain. You know, this is what the science fiction talks about and explore when it comes to the human mind, and they're like hooking up to the computer and everything. We see the good side and then we see the bad side. And here in reality, we got the same situation. Honestly, I'm not down with the Synchron. I'm on Penn's side. Because they acknowledge, they're not saying it's going to cost XYZ money. You know, they didn't say it's XYZ money. They said that there's still more to explore, more to learn. They're getting there. The Synchron thing, it's screaming Jurassic Park. It's screaming Jurassic Park to me. So yeah, there we go. That was the brain computer interface. Science fiction coming to life. It's very amazing what we are so capable of doing as what we're so capable of doing in the grand scheme of things, and how scary we can be when we have the when we look at a lunchbox and do the package in the package. Do I have to bring up the Ian Malcolm? I don't want to do that. There's probably be a copyright thing. But nevertheless, Penn Medicine is doing a great job, I believe. I believe they're going in the right direction. They're doing all the right things, and I'm very excited. I really hope they succeed. You know, humanity needs this more so than anything else. The ability to walk, the ability to be able to move, and the hard part that's going to be, believe it or not, the next step that's going to be hard. Once Penn pulls this off, the next step, tactile feeling. You know, being able to touch surfaces and feel cold and warmth and the air blowing against you and the sunlight hitting onto your prosthetic. We still need tactile sensations to be able. We still need the help of tactile sensations so we know what we're doing, and it's going. That will probably be the big breakthrough. In my honest opinion, I think that would be the big breakthrough in learning the human brain, is how we are capable of touching and feeling things. I believe that's the Yeah, you can't remember what it's called? Yeah, I can't remember it either. I know that when they talked about the movement, I was thinking muscle memory, but they had a good term for that one. They had a scientific term, muscle memory, where we learned. But that was actually interesting. They didn't reduce it to just that. I guess they saw that as an oversimplification to say muscle memory. They said there was more to it, which was very fascinating to see. But tactile touch, I say in opinion, that's the golden grail. That's the goal. That's the grail. You know what I'm saying? You figure out how we sense touch and how our brain responds to all that we touch. That's how we'll understand the human brain altogether, because that's one of the most fascinating things, that we could feel so many different things and our brain registers each tactile touch in a very different way. Like this feels rough, this feels smooth. And we're able to ascertain and discern that, separate it. If they figured that out, I think that that will be that'll unlock the universe of the brain, and we'll probably end up finding all sorts of medicines and such to solve all the brain issues and whatnot. Yeah. I'm wholly convinced on that. Let me switch this over because it's time to do some research. We're gonna first open up with the comments. Here we go. Here we are. All right. All right, let's get on with some research here. The comment section has been very helpful for the past couple of months, throwing in wave after wave of walls of text. Explaining a lot of things that I was covering, from Skibbity Toilet to Warhammer to Mech Warrior. I want to thank each and every one of you for helping out. And I selected some. I selected some of your comments. As you can see, it's a bit 5 pages long. Well, 4 pages and 3 lines long. How's that? So. Yeah, really a big thanks to all my fans and viewers writing all this stuff in the comments. So let's see what you guys gave unto me to help with my research. All right, so let's start with Skibbity Toilet 78. Zogril said, In the start, we are in the base in Europe where the TV men and the POV went to save survivors. The dude with teeth is not Juggernaut, but is named the Hunter. He is the same height as our POV. After the scene, you missed the part where a TV man, in the wiki it says it's TV scientist, talks about the situation where after the Astros captured Titan TV Man, he revealed the locations of the many bases of the Alliance, which made the Alliance turn off their comms. That is why the base in Europe got raided and why the TV men sent that warning about their base being compromised. Okay. Our POV is a toilet mutant named Buzzsaw by the community who is from the G Squad. Oh, interesting. Huh. Okay. That was formed in number 74 and appeared again in number 77. But recently, Boom posted posters of the characters. Okay. His canon name is Hugo Boss. In the teleport scene, the Void is basically like the dimension Darkwing from Invisible. Oh, you mean Darkwing from Invincible. Gotcha. It takes the person's memories and nightmares and makes it a reality in that dimension. It is also outside of time. So first, since we are in a toilet's POV, which I'm kind of surprised, I never even realized that, shows that people speculate to be G-Toilet's arrival to Earth, but for me, it is the explosion caused by Titan TV Man when he fought Juggernaut. Next, the pod inside is actually our POV from the past, being made a mutant body, because there are toilets on the right, is Scientist Toilet, who got killed in 70. After that, we are shown Jeffrey, which we don't know much about him yet, because we're still, okay. The Armada that showed up in the end is the Speaker Men upgraded the big boy. It's called Executor. He is a semi-Titan, not Titan Speaker Man. He's still somewhere else. Oh, okay, I got the wrong character. Gotcha. The girl with the two crosses is Speaker Woman. If you can remember, she had a relationship, romantic or not, with Dark Speaker Man, who died with Plunger Man 70. Gotcha. So she's after revenge, I take it. If you look closely, she has a necklace which has the miniature head of Dark Speaker Man. Alright, I'll have to keep an eye on that. Also, the TV who teleported our POV is named Polycephaly by our community and other fan maids. He's not a Titan. He is the size of a large cameraman-ish. Gotcha. Sterling96 in Skibby Toy 78 also said, the head detachment has been a thing in the early seasons. Right. I should have remembered that. Mostly TV Woman. That I should have been paying attention to. And Titan TV Man can detach his head. And his body can still work without a head. Gotcha. So, on to the multiverse. Skibidi Toilet Multiverse. Dexter Diega 8345 said, I understand of your dialogue analysis there, but every faction race of Alliance has their decision. Oh, okay, so they get to decide if they want to speak or not, huh? Maybe that's the plan of the robot called C-Pen, that the Pencilman race is a distraction and the other alliances will rescue the Drill Woman. So that means the Pencilman race are totally the distraction against the toilets. I don't think that's how it turned out. No, well, sort of, kind of. Were they distracted? No, they weren't really distracted. No, they weren't exactly distracted. From what I sorry, I'm a little bit ahead. Because I had just done the research on Skibidi Toilet season 9, so I saw the whole outcome. Battletech Mech Warrior. All right, so now let's move on to Battletech Mech Warrior. Vigrill165 says, got a minute for a real response. Most of the factions are feudalistic. Planets run like fiefdoms. Much of the setting is like Age of Sail when it comes to running an empire. Even after the HPG network creation, there's not stable communication in the way that we have it in our era. There's windows where two HPGS can link up depending on of the orbit of their respective planets. Planets can have their own culture independent of the territory they reside in. Okay. You should be able to find what you want somewhere. Many planets were colonized by semi-unified groups, so a planet will tend to speak and have the culture and religion of its colonizers. Okay, that makes sense. The factions aren't hard. Japanese, French, Chinese, Balkan, German, Scandinavian. You should be able to find a Puerto Rican influenced planet under whichever umbrella faction you choose to align with. Ah, that's cool. Boricua. SS Kazega said, a couple of things you mentioned early on. Mech are traditionally not nuclear armed. They are mostly a result of a promise to not use nuclear weapons that were generally deployed safely from orbit. Mechs are powered by compact fusion reactors, so they do have a potential to be a nuclear bomb. Oh my god. Oh, that's scary. Compact fusion reactors. That's scary. A faction can use. I had to process that for a second. A faction can use any mech at just about any time. Some factions may be known for using particular mechs, like the Shiro was designed and produced by House Kurita. But battlefield salvage and exchanges of technologies allows them to proliferate. In most eras, you would play or ready about 3220-ish to 3070-ish, the years. A lot of older models were Star League mechs, so they distributed across all the factions. I find that the factions are very Planet of the Hats in their portrayal. The Lyrans are more the German unification of the 1800s sort of German with a heavy focus on industry. Okay. That's a good thing to note then, that they're Planet of Hats situation. Not all of them will be as nuanced. They'll be straightforward. In 3024, the year 3024, Melissa Steiner married Hans Davian on Terra. As part of their dowries, Melissa gifted Hans with 12 battalions of battle mechs, 36 each. Wow, that's a lot. And Hans Davian promised Melissa the Capellan Confederation. Really? A whole confederation for battalions? This started the very brief Forked Succession War. Yeah, makes sense. That's kind of a lopsided deal there. The Federated Commonwealth, FedCom, for short, would form in the year 3028 from the gains taken from the Confederation. Melissa and Hans would have 5 children. The firstborn would be Victor Steiner Davion. Would distinguish himself as a capable commander and leader in the clan invasion of year 3049 to 3052. And he would be named as Archon Prince in the year 3055. Catherine was the second child and would serve as Victor's regent after bullying her younger sister out of that role. When he went to clan space as the leader of Task Force Bulldog, we heard about their fate in the research. She would use Victor's absence to stir discontent and turn the FedCom against him and restore the Lyran Commonwealth, renamed the Lyran Alliance because Victor had made the term Commonwealth distasteful. When Victor returned, he found that Catherine had undermined him and would work to not let Catherine have her way. Victor had support in the FedCom and would fight Catherine's supporters until Catherine was captured and in prison. Family issues. Squizzlor said, the monarchy mentality stems from a lack of communications networks in periods before the Star League, meaning the warring factions then at the time, the Terran hegemony, who becomes the Star League, but is the old Earth government. Okay, so the old who becomes the Star League, but it's the old Earth government. So the Terran hegemony is the old Earth government. All right, Draconis Combine, Free Worlds League, Lyrian Commonwealth, Capellan Confederation, Federated Suns had to rely upon warships and jump ships to courier messages via radio to one another or planetside, meaning that information traveled slowly, needing governments that could operate in such a position independently. So the monarchical structure made a comeback and has since stuck around. That's actually very interesting. So the reason why monarchies came back was because communications were very difficult. So nobody was able to keep each other on check, if I'm understanding that correctly. Battletech is a hard sci-fi setting. FTL is extremely limited, and most travel is in G's of thrust that humans can withstand. Travel planet to jump ship, talking a week plus. There is no artificial gravity nor energy shields in the setting. And the entire inner and periphery basically take up a single arm of the Milky Way. It's tiny. What can be said? The galaxy is huge. Oh my gosh. Yeah, you know what? I never took notice of that in the research. No artificial gravity and no energy shields. I'm glad that there's no energy shields. I'm glad that that doesn't exist in this. You know, sometimes they lean too hard. Let me put it like this. Star Trek tends to be, when it comes to their energy shields, they tend to be inconsistent from time to time. They'll be like, oh no, the shields are up, you can't teleport. But then all of a sudden, the shields are up and they teleport. And then, and Star Wars, you don't even know what a shield is. They say, oh, the shields are up, but then you see next one get blown to pieces with relative ease. And see a whole Star Destroyer somehow lose a lot of its gun turrets. Yeah, sometimes science fiction can be inconsistent with its shields. You know what isn't inconsistent with its shielding? War of the Worlds. Both the Steven Spielberg and the classic 1950s version. Those shields stayed up and and they were very consistent. They could go. They could shoot out, but you can't shoot in. Heyman 724 said, to explain the specs, the AC-20 cannon, this was regarding the Atlas, an AC-20, an auto cannon that does 20 damage, an LRM-20 long-range missile system, that's what LRM and AC stands for, got it, that could fire over cover, that can fire 20 missiles for 1 damage each, medium lasers that can cause about 5 damage if they hit their target, got it. Wolfreda, quick rundown. Heat sinks weighs 1 ton each and take up 1 critical slot inside the battle mech. Each heat sink can dump 1 unit of heat every turn. Every battle mech and other vehicle with the fusion engine comes standard with 10 heat sinks. So there's a limit. Okay, well of course there would be a limit. It's pretty obvious. Autocannon 20 weighs 14 tons, takes up 10 critical slots, produces 7 heat with each shot, deals 20 damage to a single location, ammo 5 shots per ton. LRM, the long range missiles, they got 20. 10 tons, 5 crits, 6 heat, deals up to 20 damage, 1 per missile in clusters of 5, ammo, 6 shots per ton. SRM 6, I assume that would be short range missiles. It's got 3 tons, 2 crits, 4 heat, deals up to 12 damage, 2 per missile, with each missile having its own hit location, ammo, 15 shots per ton. Medium laser, 1 ton, 1 crit, 3 hit, deals 5 damage in a single location. Every standard battle mech, quadrupedal designs are a bit different, has 8 locations in its design: head, center torso, right torso, left torso, right arm, right leg, left leg. Each of these locations has a specific number of critical spaces available in which you can mount weapons, heat sinks, and other equipment. Armor is its own value that goes on top of these locations, up to an amount determined by the mech's weight mass. The side torsos tend to have the most critical space, 12 slots each, in a standard introductory tech design, like the AS-7D. The arms technically also have 12 critical slots, but at least 2 of them are almost always occupied by the shoulder and upper arm actuators. The CT has 12 critical slots, though 10 of them are taken up by the engine and gyro. The legs have 6, but 4 of them are always taken up by the hip, upper leg, lower leg, and foot actuators. Lastly, the head has 6 critical slots, though only 1 is open. The others are the cockpit, 1 crit, sensors, 2 crits, and life support, 2 crits. In its barest form, mech construction comes down to how much weight do I have available and how much space. That makes perfect sense. You want to be able to be mobile, and you got to have enough weight so you don't sink into the dirt. The Atlas, being of gargantuan size, reasonable speed because the engine has its own weight, and it increases drastically with power rating, and relatively simple construction, has quite a lot of weight and space to work with, dedicating 36 tons of weaponry and ammunition, 10 additional tons of heat sinking, and 10 tons of to armor coverage. It is a slab of murder. Slab, S-L-A-B. I'll need to know what that acronym means. Make sure to comment down below what slab means. S-L-A-B. It does not move quickly, but it does not stop unless you dedicate yourself to stopping it. BV's battle value, a point system implemented to balance games between players. Okay. Sebastian Johnson 4123. I hope I did not pronounce that incorrectly. He said, "There's no space America. There's no space Soviet Union. This game was designed during the late Cold War, which had an America and a Soviet Union. The designers wanted to avoid parallels to current day politics, so they avoided the US and USSR. The Free World's League is Austria-Hungary." Okay, that's fair enough. You know, you just want to have fun. Don't need to throw politics into your work. All right, on to Warhammer. Dominic36127 said, "Why would he replying to me? Why was Warhammer not yet devoured?" His response: "Modus operandi for Tyranids is to find a galaxy teeming with life, nom it whole, and I mean whole, and then launch themselves through the void of space towards the next galaxy, rinse and repeat. To reach the next galaxy, they produce giant bio ships grouped in 5 fleets on which they store a lot of raw biomatter to produce an army once the goal is reached. But those ships can only travel with sublight speeds. And since the Pharaohs incident took place 10,000 years ago during the Horus Heresy, the answer is they did not reach our galaxy with their full force yet. It is believed that the high fleets that did reach the galaxy were the vanguard of the much larger fleet used to wreak havoc and gather intel." Wow, so they're not even a scout. Oh, whew. That was a, wow. Vanguard is not a scout. That wasn't a scout fleet. That was a vanguard fleet. That's scary. What is more, each time those high fleets enter the galaxy from a completely different point, suggesting that the Milky Way is surrounded. Multiple giant high fleets are coming from multiple directions, different devoured galaxies around the Milky Way. And when I say they nom a place, they really nom it. They will strip a planet of everything useful in organic chemistry, including all the water and atmosphere. What will be left is basically a giant rock floating in space. They turn them into the moon. We're wailing on the moon. That's them in a nutshell. Wow, that was a vanguard force? Jeez. And they're coming from different directions. That's even scarier. that the whole galaxy is surrounded. Okay, Anthony Mash 9586 says, if you want characters for the Tyranids, you need to look into the gene stealer cults. People have had their genes messed with so that they worship and serve the Tyranids. The children of these cults are human gene stealer hybrids. Really? Really? I'm gonna have to see if I can find that. I'll have to find that. That's very character specific. That's actually pretty good. MK Starstorm 8822 said, Arbiter Ian has videos on the multiple Tyrannic wars in 40k. He also has a video on the Imperium's date system. I already took care of that. I researched that. Look forward to that next week, everybody. Or soon. That Tyrannid with the big egg sac is called Terragon, and they do have minis. Oh yeah, the ones that freaked me out where they were walking while crapping out babies. In game, they allow you to respawn members of small swarming Tyrannid units. Yeah, if I were to play Warhammer, if I were to play 40k, and I was playing the Tyranids, I would play that character just so I could spawn and spawn and spawn. The Rizit one said, so in response to in my timestamp 1320 says on this, my rationale would be shadow on the warp blocks all psychic and blocks all psychic powers, and psychic is the only way to communicate long distance in 40k, right? So since no one knew of the Tyranids at the time when they are here and it's too late, you can't call help or relay info. And the Imperium has billions of planets, so for especially backwater ones, and with how unreliable this psychic communication thing is, it can go under the radar, or they know but can't be bothered to do warp travel to go and check, or they just don't care about the backwater world, right? Because that was the big mind-blowing question I was asking, is how in the world did they not know, since they have all that psychic link? So thanks for clarifying that one. That was a good one. And John Kessot 223 said, there are non-combat creatures that will be working on other parts of the planet while the war forms keep defenders busy. In response to my timestamp 2223, when I asked, why doesn't the Tyranids go to another part of the world and just walk upon everybody instead of just going to the same spot over and over again? Alright, big thanks to Zogreal, Sterling 96, Dexter Diega 8345, Vikril 165, SS Kazega, Squizlore, Heyman 724, Wolfreda, Sebastian Johnson 4123, Dominic 36127, Anthony Maj 9586, MK Starstorm 8822, Derizzi T1, and John Kissa 223. Thank you for all of your information. If I didn't get all of your information from the past videos, I do apologize. But thank you all for these research notes. They were very helpful in understanding storytelling, writing, and so on. And every one of you viewers and all my fans and newcomers alike, well wishers and so on. Thank you all for all of your wonderful support in this research. It is reaping great benefits, reaping very well benefits. So I give you a standing ovation. I would stand if I could, but then you would only see my crotch, and you're not interested in my crotch. So thank you all very much. All right. Ooh. Take a quick stretch here. Okay, it's time to close out the night with lore videos. All right, got ourselves some lore videos. Anime lore. I should have thought about this when I decided to jump into doing lore videos. I should have been focusing on anime, considering my goals. I should have done that, you know what I'm saying, my intellectual property goal. But that's all right, because you know what? Western media is just as helpful as Eastern media. Asian media specifically is just as effective. To get all forms of media all around. because you know, you could become. It helps you become a better writer, better storyteller, a better world builder, a better lore meister. You know what I'm saying? You got to learn all sorts of angles if you want to be a good writer, if you want to be good at world building and doing like historical fiction, like in the way that Mech Warrior and Warhammer does it. You know, multiverse, you want to find out what works, what doesn't work, things like that, you know. And so sometimes you don't want to be laser focused on just, you know, one region, one country, one type of genre, one type of anything. If you want to really pull off you know, a good fantasy or sci-fi fantasy, both. If you want to pull off a good story. So to start off, we're gonna cover the lore of Sailor Moon from Otaka Daikun channel. You'll find the links down in the description below. So let me give, if you haven't been reading my, watching my videos, I have done a behind the scenes video regarding how Sailor Moon got me into anime and basically shaped the course of how I ended up not just only becoming a fan of anime, but anime being a major anime and Japanese culture being a major influence overall to my works, and why I am very focused on trying to break into Japan. To put it briefly, and just to keep it nice and brief, okay, Sailor Moon anime in my early years of life was very sporadic. Like I didn't even know there was such a thing as Japanese animation. You know, I saw BattleTech, awesome. I was awesome by it. You know, I saw Transformers, I was awesome by it. You know, the first anime that I saw that was in Japanese was Galaxy Express 39, which was the TV series, not the movie. But I didn't know it was called anime. I just thought they were all cartoons, you know, because that's what happens when you're a kid, you know. Syndication in the United States, as I had pointed out, has always been a nightmare when it came to anime because of sporadic times, dates, hours, so on, and they don't play. And because anime is sequential as opposed to American animation, which is episodic, you know, one-off episodes, it was very hard to keep up with anime. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was watching Samurai Pizza Cats, and I had no idea. Dragon Ball happened, and I saw, like, the first 2 episodes, and then it disappeared. All of a sudden, I come across Dragon Ball later down the line, and it was Baba floating on the crystal ball. And I'm like, wait, who's this character? Where'd she come from? You know? It wasn't until I became a teenager and there was no more video game-based TV shows on Saturday morning cartoons like Captain N, Super Mario World, Sonic the Hedgehog, that I no longer cared about cartoons. The one and only American cartoon I cared about was Ren and Stimpy, and for obvious reasons as a teenager, because they were doing a lot of things that was inappropriate for kids and the controversies surrounding it. I came across Saturday anime on the Sci-Fi Channel and started watching that. And that's when, you know, I started, you know, watching anime like Tenchi Muyo, In Love, Akira, and so on. 8-Man After Movie. And they were playing the same movies over and over again, but it didn't matter to me. I was just watching anime, you know. You know, when you're a teenager in high school and, you know, you start wanting to grow up, you find something like that, you start growing up. And what ended up happening was that Dragon Ball Z happened. So I tried watching that, but because it was syndication, I didn't, I couldn't, you know, I had no idea where I was at in the story. You know what I'm saying? Because it was so sporadic. I was like, wait a second, what's going on here? That was the first time, the first time I was introduced was when Nappa blew up the helicopter, and I'm watching it, and they're like, it's okay, they jumped off. Yamcha was like, it's okay, they jumped out in time, but I saw the whole helicopter get blown up. How did they jump out in time? So here comes Sailor Moon, which to put it very simply, I lucked into it. I was like, oh, it's anime. Okay, what's this series? Now, here's the key factor. And I go into much, much more greater detail I go into much more greater detail if you watch the video. I didn't see the beginning. I came up to the part when she became Sailor Moon. The beginning part spoiled the whole dang show. It spoiled the whole show because since I started off with Sailor Moon with Usagi, well at the time Serena, transforming to Sailor Moon, you know what I'm saying, I started from that point forward throughout the whole thing because now I finally get to see an anime complete without any cutoffs, you know, no jumping off. It was very consistent. Every day Sailor Moon would be on, so I was able to catch it every day. You know, I was able to catch it every day, and that's when I was starting to understand writing in anime, storytelling in anime, what anime is really about. Because there was so much drama going on in that whole thing. I was just completely engrossed. Like it got like I was really into it. And keep in mind that this was localized, so a lot of things got butchered. A lot of Japanese culture and scenes got butchered. So yeah, Sailor Moon basically helped me understand what anime is really about. It helped me what it was really about. So where Saturday Anime was my gateway into anime, Sailor Moon sold me on anime. You know, it sold me because what would have ended up happening, I would have quit anime after Saturday Anime. Yeah, for cousins, they are really close. I know, right? Unfortunate implications. They really didn't think it through. Chat. So yeah, so Sailor Moon technically is a big deal for me because while watching Tenchi Muyo, Akira, and other sci-fi other anime movies on Sci-Fi Channel was fantastic. They were just running on repeats over and over again. And for me, it was like, okay, you know, I had my fill of anime. I think I'm gonna walk out. But then Sailor Moon happened, and Sailor Moon showed me what anime was really all about. You know, like think of it like this: Saturday Anime was a sample size of what anime was about. Sailor Moon was like the big picture. Sailor Moon beat 'em up game. I would like to play that. I would like to play Sailor Moon beat 'em up game. So yeah, basically Sailor Moon put me on the path. It still took me a long time because I had to get a job so I could buy DVDs and such. But you know, because I didn't have internet at the time, so either I was watching syndication or I had to get DVDs, and DVDs wasn't until I actually got a job. So yeah, the lore of Sailor Moon is something that I want to do some research on and really get a good handle of the intricacies of the whole Sailor Moon saga. Yes, I know I've watched it. I've watched it, but the thing is that you know, I've only watched it through the anime. I still haven't read the manga. But the point I'm trying to make is that I would like to go into more further details on the storytelling of Sailor Moon. So Otaku Daikun, the lore of Sailor Moon, links down in the description below. I guess we could begin the research. Yeah, get your notes together. Let's begin the research. Chat room is like, I've never seen the show, but I have played the game before. Yeah, it's pretty well. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Sailor Moon's a classic for a reason. Oh, and there's a fighting game for Sailor Moon too. Oh yes, I've heard about that one. Alright.
Sailor Moon is an anime that has always been near and dear to my heart. It's only fitting that I cover its lore.
Hold on. Let's just fix that up.
Sailor Moon is an anime that has always been near and dear to my heart. It's only fitting that I cover its lore.
Anime opening? Otaku Daikun.
Welcome back to Otaku Daikun. Dai here. Today we'll be diving into the lore of Sailor Moon. It started as a manga created by Naoko Takeuchi and its success led to a massive anime of 5 seasons, various video games, and a remake called Sailor Moon Crystal, designed to be more authentic to the original story. Of these works, I don't feel alone in saying that the classic 90s anime is what truly took me by storm, so it's this version of the story that I'll be covering.
Okay,
Yes,
the 90s
there will
one.
be inconsistencies between this lore and that of the manga or Crystal, but it's the classic anime I love, and that's what I'm going to cover. I hope you understand. Even then, we're talking about covering the lore of 5 seasons of anime, plus the movies. That's a tremendous undertaking. As such, I'll be splitting this lore up by the season.
Okay.
To start off, we've got to set up the foundation, which takes us back thousands of years to a prehistoric era known as the Silver Millennium. It was a time of peace during which the Moon
Yeah,
Kingdom
this is
existed
the
in
opening
harmony
I'm
with the
talking
rest of
about.
the solar system, particularly Earth. As you might expect, the Moon Kingdom was a civilization on the moon. But despite their existence so long
welcome.
ago, they possessed advanced technology that surpasses our own, such as a dome-shaped barrier that provided them with an artificial climate and a supercomputer called the Eternity Main System. They were ruled over by Queen Serenity, whom the people of Earth referred to as the moon goddess Selene. Despite being the Queen of the Moon, she actually wasn't from there, but rather a distant universe. Queen Serenity had a daughter,
Really?
Princess Serenity, with members of the royal family distinguished by the crescent moon symbols on their foreheads. Defense of the Moon Kingdom was headed by the Sailor Guardians, warriors who derived power from the planets in the solar system. The 4 inner Guardians protected the royal family, while the outer Guardians protected the kingdom from threats beyond the solar system.
Yep.
That said, the greatest power possessed by the Moon Kingdom was actually its most precious treasure, the Silver Crystal. It was a celestial object capable of miraculous feats, such as reviving entire worlds from the brink of ruin. Its mere presence granted the kingdom's people with long lives. Even so, its power came at a cost. The Silver Crystal thrived off the energy of its user, and if that burden were concentrated onto a single person, it would fully consume their life. Of course, this was an emergency precaution, and the Moon Kingdom lived in peace, enjoying ice skating as its most popular sport. Along with living long, prosperous lives, the Moon Kingdom dedicated themselves to 2 missions: to protect the Silver Crystal and to watch over planet Earth. During the Silver Millennium, the Earth had its own thriving kingdom. The Earth Kingdom's prince was named Endymion, who had protectors of his own, his generals called the 4 Kings of Heaven. Prince Endymion met frequently with Princess Serenity, and the two fell in love, standing together as a symbol of peace between the kingdoms. Tragically, however, this peace did not last. A malignant threat emerged in the form of the Dark Kingdom. This Dark Kingdom, comprised of evil Yoma, ruled over by their queen Metalia, sought to destroy the Moon Kingdom and conquer the galaxy. In this endeavor, Metalia bewitched a low-ranking sorceress from Earth known as Queen Beryl and promised her unrivaled dominion over the Earth Kingdom in exchange for her cooperation. Beryl was envious of Princess Serenity, angered by Endymion's rejection, and agreed to Metalia's offer, succumbing to the darkness in her heart. She brainwashed the people of Earth, including Endymion's 4 generals, and launched an attack on the Moon Kingdom. Heading the invasion were the Dark Kingdom's 7 great Yoma, who devastated the land, destroying the Moon Kingdom, Princess Serenity, Endymion, and the Sailor Guardians. As a last resort, Queen Serenity put her life energy into the Silver Crystal, using its power to seal away the Dark Kingdom, and reincarnate the Prince, Princess, and Guardians as inhabitants of 20th century Earth, where they could live normal, happy lives.
Wait a second, I just saw something.
20th century Earth.
Hold on. Over here.
And reincarnate the Prince, Princess.
Is that Sailor Neptune? Let's see. 1, 2,
as inhabitants
3, 4,
of 20th
5,
century
6. Oh my gosh, that must be Sailor Neptune.
and reincarnate the Prince, Princess, and Guardian.
Oh, is that Sailor Neptune? Oh wow. Oh wow, that's actually crazy if that's Sailor Neptune. Or it could just be a coincidence.
As inhabitants of 20th century Earth, where they could live normal, happy lives. In particular, the 7 great Yoma were sealed into the Silver Crystal, which separated into 7 pieces known as the Rainbow Crystals. These Rainbow Crystals also found their way to the modern era, hiding within the bodies of Earth's inhabitants. This glorious feat cost Queen Serenity her life, but she continues to exist in a spiritual form, recorded into the moon's computer. Thus, the Silver Millennium came to an end. The Moon Kingdom was
And we haven't gotten to the main story of Sailor Moon yet.
Advisors who were sent to the modern era and tasked with watching over the reincarnated guardians. Problem was, the prince, princess, and guardians were all reborn, living their lives with no memory of their lineage. They had ordinary lives, with new parents and experiences. Furthermore, Luna and Artemis would have to seek them out individually, sensing their latent powers directly. Thankfully, for the thousands of years since the Silver Millennium, the Dark Kingdom remained sealed, and the Moon Kingdom's refugees could live in peace. Everything would be perfect, if not for the fact that Queen Beryl was also reincarnated, and Metalia's seal weakened over time. Beryl grew up on Earth as an ordinary woman, but came upon the Dark Kingdom's ruins at Point D in the North Pole, where Metalia was sealed. Here, Beryl regained her memories of the Silver Millennium, and Metalia convinced her to once again try and conquer the Earth by restoring the Dark Kingdom to its former glory. Doing so would require two things: enough energy to fully revive Metalia, as well as the silver crystal to break the seal Serenity put on the Kingdom's forces. To pull this off, Beryl once again recruited the reincarnations of Endymion's generals, Jadeite, Nephrite, Zoisite, and Kunzite. They would take control of a handful of Yoma to gather energy from the humans while searching for the crystal, not yet knowing it exists in 7 pieces. Luna and Artemis sense this impending darkness and aim to restore the Sailor Guardians so they can fight back. And that, my friends, is where the story really kicks off.
Yeah, crazy, huh? How far into this? We're 6 minutes and 27 seconds into the whole thing, and now we're doing season 1. we only went through the whole prologue.
Thousands of years ago.
That's crazy.
Usagi being the main character and leader of the Guardians, she is not the first one to awaken. That would be Minako.
That's true.
Artemis found her living in London and awakened her as Sailor Venus. Without any of the other Sailor Guardians around yet, she stayed in England and fought crime as Sailor V, gaining worldwide fame. That said,
and becoming
Minako
a pop
had
idol.
Personal problems to deal with. She was in love with a police officer named Alan and was devastated to find him dating another of her best friends, Katarina. After a warehouse explosion, Alan and Katarina thought Sailor V died, but she survived without telling them. This was Minako's attempt to let Alan and Katarina live happily together without getting them involved with Sailor V's battles. Back in Japan, Princess Serenity is reincarnated as Usagi Tsukino. We meet her as a 14-year-old crybaby middle schooler.
The crybaby part is hilarious.
On her way to school, she comes across Luna, who in turn senses her to be a Sailor Guardian. After school, Luna jumps through Usagi's window and tells her of her fate. The Dark Kingdom is stirring, and the Sailor Guardians must be awakened in order to fight back. Luna gives Usagi a brooch that transforms her into Sailor Moon and urges her to fight the emerging foe. While reluctant at first, Usagi takes up the role in order to save her friend Naru from a Yoma attack dispatched by Beryl's first general, Jadeite. Usagi struggles in her first battle, and only succeeds due to the intervention of Tuxedo Mask, a mysterious ally who
and every girl swoons seeing him right now.
Of course, we know who this is. Prince Endymion reincarnated as a boy named Mamoru Chiba. As a child, he survived a car accident that killed his parents. When we meet him, he lives in an expensive apartment by himself while attending university. He appears as Tuxedo Mask subconsciously, urged by visions to pursue the silver crystal. Thus, when we see him in daily life, he is completely unaware of his heroic escapades. So yes, the prince and princess of the Silver Millennium are alive and well in Japan, and even wind up meeting despite having no memories.
What a coincidence, huh? That they both end up in Japan.
Rocky, with the two of them annoyed by each other's presence. Mamoru in particular calling her Bunhead. It's ironic then that Tuxedo Mask protects her, and she has a crush on him. Somehow, neither of them recognize each other as their alter egos. As Sailor Moon,
Chat says, part of the meme, my work here is done, but you did nothing.
Under a second mission to locate
so true.
Princess Serenity. Oddly enough, Luna doesn't realize that this princess is standing right in front of her. What she does sense, however, is a strange aura around Ami Mizuno, one of Usagi's classmates. Ami is the genius daughter of a rich family. Her IQ is supposedly 300, but her true intellect comes from diligent study. She aspires to be a doctor like her mother, living by herself since her parents are divorced. Rather than being admired, Ami's diligence is frowned upon, with her schoolmates dismissing her as stuck-up and arrogant. Even Luna has suspicions, and yet Usagi is quick to befriend her. This is fortuitous, as Ami is a victim, not a villain. The cram school she attends is actually a ploy by the Dark Kingdom to brainwash students. When Ami and her peers are attacked by their Yoma leader, Luna realizes that Ami's aura is actually that of a reincarnated Sailor Guardian. Luna tosses her a transformation pen, which allows her to transform into Sailor Mercury and defeat the Yoma. The fight serves as definitive proof of her powers, and Ami decides to team up with Usagi in the battle against the Dark Kingdom. This continues until the police investigate reports of missing buses. At the Hikawa Shrine, Usagi and friends meet Rei Hino, a hot-headed Shinto shrine maiden outed by her peers.
That's an understatement. Hot-headed is an
Sure
understatement.
enough, she can read fire and manipulate spirits with chants and talismans. She lives at the shrine with her pervert grandfather. It turns out that the missing buses gather patrons of the shrine, taking them away to another dimension. Rei figures this out, and winds up with Usagi on the other side as she fights the Yoma bus driver. During the fight, Rei is discovered to be the reincarnated Sailor Mars, and takes to battle in order to protect her shrine's reputation. While it's great to have yet another ally, Usagi is upset since Rei also seems to have a crush on Tuxedo Mask. After failing multiple times to gather energy with his Yoma, Queen Beryl declares to Jadeite that he has one final chance to kill the Sailor Guardians. Desperate, he challenges them to a duel at Haneda Airport. There, he controls jets to try and harm the Guardians. Working together, the Guardians and Tuxedo Mask...
I'm always impressed that the Sailor Moon and the Sailor Senshi are able to run in high heels at high speed.
Guardians' identities, but Beryl punishes him before he can reveal them. He is exiled to eternal darkness, and Nephrite is appointed to continue the mission.
He forgot the part where Jedi discovered Sailor Moon's secret identity, and he tried to use that. He tried to tell her, Queen Beryl. But she, of course, turned him into a block of ice and sent him to the freezer.
Nephrite oversees more Yoma
11 minutes
attacks,
in, we're only in on
disguising
season
himself on
1?
Earth as a
Oh, I
human
hope he doesn't
named
speed run the rest of the
Masato
seasons.
He uses this false identity to get closer to Usagi's friend Naru, whom he mistakenly thinks is Sailor Moon. Investigating further, Nephrite starts falling for Naru, compromising his loyalty to Beryl. Queen Beryl hears a foreign princess is visiting Japan, and will be unveiling her kingdom's greatest treasure. Hoping this is the Silver Crystal, she dispatches the General Zoisite to investigate. Nephrite, after several failed attempts at gathering energy, also declares that he will search for the crystal. At the same time, Luna suspects that the foreign princess may in fact be Princess Serenity. Thus, the Guardians attend the princess's party. Usagi, disguised as a fake princess, encounters Tuxedo
I
Mask,
remember this.
bringing back
In the
long-lost
syndication,
memories
the
of
localization,
Nephrite's
they
life.
call it the wine
They battle
juice.
against Nephrite's
They call it the
only to
wine
find out that
juice.
neither she nor the treasure were what the Guardians and Beryl had hoped for. The party resumes, and Tuxedo Mask kisses Usagi, despite worrying about his identity and ultimate goal. Strangely enough, he still doesn't recognize her as Usagi, the bunhead that annoys him. Rivalry builds as Nephrite abandons his task of gathering energy in favor of seeking the crystal, which is currently Zoisite's job. Claiming to be better suited for the task, Nephrite creates a black crystal, a device that can be used to track down the silver crystal. Faced with this rivalry, Zoisite consults his lover and mentor, the fourth
Chat said, well, that
General
makes me hungry for a jelly
who advises
donut.
that they just steal the silver crystal should Nephrite find it first. On Usagi's side of things, pursuing Nephrite becomes more difficult after she learns that he and Naru's crush are one and the same. She is torn when she learns that Naru is willing to protect Nephrite, despite knowing he's a minion of the Dark Kingdom. In turn, Nephrite claims to love Naru, even after acknowledging she doesn't have the crystal.
Brock's
Becomes
favorite.
clean about his
Yeah.
identity. He claims he wants to fight alongside Sailor Moon, now that he's learned of love, but is really just using Naru to lure out Usagi. He's clearly torn between his love and his loyalty. Zoisite finds out about the black crystal and wants it for himself. He has his Yoma kidnap Naru, attempting to trade her for it. Nephrite instead slays the Yoma and rescues her. In a moment of peace, Naru tears part of her pajamas to make a bandage for his wounded arm. They promise to go out on a date, only for another Yoma to appear, stabbing Nephrite with a life-draining thorn. Wounded, Nephrite expends his energy protecting Naru from the Yoma, leaving him vulnerable to attack from Zoisite as he claims the black crystal. Even after the Guardians arrive and vanquish the Yoma, Nephrite succumbs to his wounds and dies apologizing to Naru for all of his deceit.
Yeah, I gotta say, when I saw that in the syndication, that was I would say the moment that's the precise moment. If you wanted to pinpoint the moment where I was like, yeah, this is anime. This is what anime is in a nutshell. This was it. You know, in terms of convincing me that that anime is more than how people were stereotyping it. It was this particular spot that said to me, "Oh, this is anime. I understand now." You know, getting that emotional torque, the whole build up to this scene, that scene, and I'm glad that they actually kept it. They didn't play it out like for example, going back to the example in Dragon Ball Z, when Nappa blew up the helicopter and Yamcha said it's okay, they made it out in time. They downplayed the death because in the original Japanese version they died. Those reporters died. But the localizers downplayed it and said, no, they survived. It's like, you know, it's like they couldn't trust death, you know. And I felt like that hurt anime when they do things like that. So for Deke to let this go through, Deke, DIC, they were the localizers, and Nelvana. I believe it was Nelvana also. Deke and Nelvana, I think they were the localizers. For them to have kept this and kept it in its entirety, like they didn't cut out of this. We watched we all watched him disappear into the ether, and listening to this voice actress, you know, pull off the most amazing cry imaginable. That's when I realized, oh, this is anime. You know, this is what anime is truly capable of. And from that point forward, I wanted to see anime. Let me put it like this. Technoman came out, which is a localization of Technoman Blade. That came out in the summertime, and I started watching that. Series. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was hyped to see that series. You know, that's how much this particular scene and Sailor Moon as a whole pulled, really got me into the anime scene. Got me into wanting anime, wanting to see and watch anime, and get into it more.
After another consultation with Metalia, Queen Beryl now understands the nature of the Silver Crystal, that it exists in 7 pieces which can be found within 7 people of Earth. She modifies the Black Crystal so that SYOSETSU can detect the Rainbow Crystals. Meanwhile, Usagi is back to her usual antics, running late for school, and accidentally runs into some street punks who try to extort money from her. She is saved when her classmate, Makoto Kino, steps in and beats him in a brawl. Makoto is the reincarnation of Sailor Jupiter. She's lived a harsh life, with her parents dying in a plane crash, and her peers fearing her based on rumors that she beat up a kid. Usagi, on the other hand, is in no way deterred, and is again quick to befriend yet another guardian. The two hit up a video arcade, where they witness Crane Game Joe, a master at winning stuffed animals. Apparently, Joe wins the game through a form of telekinesis granted to him by having a rainbow crystal, making him a victim for ZOISIDE. Makoto feels
hearing the English language version of their final fight.
Crush of hers, and offers to be his bodyguard. Turns out Joe's a moron, as even while being attacked by ZOISIDE, he refuses Makoto, claiming she's too big for his tastes. Seriously, a lot of guys are stupid, since this is exactly what her senpai told her in the past. Ain't no reason you can't treat a tomboy like a lady. Getting his comeuppance, Joe loses his rainbow crystal to ZOISIDE, turning into one.
Yeah, that was hardcore. She's not even Sailor Jupiter. She picked up a monster.
Steps in to kick more ass, revealing herself as a reincarnated guardian. Like the others, Luna tosses her a transformation pen, awakening the Babe of Lightning. Alongside this, Usagi gets a new tool, the Moon Stick, a relic from the Silver Millennium that lets her perform Moon Healing Escalation. She purifies the Yoma, returning Joe to normal. While the heroes lose the first rainbow crystal, they gain a new ally. Tragically, it seems Makoto has a penchant for falling for guys who apparently resemble.
I think it was called Carry On, this song.
Rejected her.
Yeah.
At this point, Mamoru begins realizing that he might actually be Tuxedo Mask, and is urged through dreams to restore the Silver Crystal. In turn, Luna gives the Guardians the lowdown on the Silver and Rainbow Crystals, so now it's a competition to see if they can get them before the Dark Kingdom can. Just like the Black Crystal, Usagi's Moonstick can track the Rainbow Crystals down. The next carrier is a priest in Yokohama. Luckily, Usagi happens to be in the area while cheering Naru up. Unfortunately, this means Naru is caught in another fight between the Guardians and Zoisite. He extracts the priest's rainbow crystal, but it goes flying. While the Guardians are busy fighting the resulting Yoma, Tuxedo Mask manages to retrieve the rainbow crystal before Zoisite. With the crystal in hand, Tuxedo Mask transforms back into Mamoru, and he finally realizes his true identity. Before he left, however, he dropped a music box that he's had with him all his life. Turns out this was a remnant from the Silver Millennium, a gift Princess Serenity gave to Endymion. Usagi finds it and keeps it close. Having lost the second rainbow crystal, Zoisite declares he'll just have to steal it back when Tuxedo Mask comes for the rest. 5 crystals remain to be found. The next one is found within Ryo Urawa, a transfer student whose intelligence rivals Ami's, thanks to clairvoyance from his crystal. He even predicts Zoisite coming to turn him into a Yoma, and even knows Ami is Sailor Mercury. He doesn't want to hurt Ami, fearing his Yoma form will attack her. As anticipated, this happens when Zoisite steals the rainbow crystal. Even so, Ami and her friends are able to fight off the Yoma and return him to normal. She even manages to swipe the rainbow shard right from Zoisite. The next rainbow crystal is within an artist named Yumemi Yumeno.
Yeah, he's really going through all of season 1. He said he was going to do all 5
seasons. Upon an
seasons.
illustration that reminds them of buried memories of their days during the Silver Millennium. Yumemi finds the two of them and has them pose as models for her next piece. While reluctant, the two are brought closer to each other, though they still don't recall their previous lives. It's not long before Zoisite steals Yumemi's crystal, unleashing her Yoma. Sadly, this time he actually escapes with the crystal. Adding insult to injury, Tuxedo Mask admits that his mission is to gather the crystals, which means ultimately taking the one the Guardians retrieved. I'd left it out until now, but Motoki, the older guy working at the game arcade, is the object of affection for Usagi, Rei, and even Makoto. The problem is, their affections are crushed when they learn Motoki thinks of them as younger sisters, and that he already has a girlfriend.
That's messed up.
This girl, Reika, is the next person to have a rainbow crystal.
Oh, yeah. I just wanna make a note. Again, with the localization. I just want to make a note, another big note about the localization. Alright. The reason why Oda-kun is saying he is because in the original, that's a boy. And yes, this is a homosexual relationship. But the localization made he into a she. 90s localization. I just want to make note of that for those for those of you who want to understand the history here. They're actually homosexual, but the localization made Zoisite a female because pearl clutching. Oh my gosh! just like had chat had pointed out the whole cousins thing in with Sailor Saturn and Sailor Uranus. Oh man, the boy. I'm glad we came far away from that, man. You know, people are people. Let people live as is. They're not committing crime. Let them live as is. You know.
Reika is the next person to have a rainbow crystal. As usual, Zoisite snags Reika's crystal and gets away with it, leaving Tuxedo Mask and the Guardians to defeat Reika's Yoma form. The next rainbow crystal is actually inside Rei's grandfather. When Zoisite extracts it, Grandpa Hino turns into a particularly vicious Yoma that nearly kills Rei. It's a relief that Usagi has her moon healing escalation to return him to normal. Sadly, that's another rainbow crystal for the enemy. The final rainbow crystal is a bit of a twist. Rather than being a person, it's inside a cat named Rhett Butler. It takes both Zoisite and the Guardians a while to figure it out, but they soon fight over the crystal.
That was funny.
Tuxedo Mask ultimately procures and escapes with. This means Zoisite has 4 crystals, Mamoru has 2, and the Guardians have 1. To this point, the Guardians knew they were fighting evil, but didn't quite realize they were literal incarnations of past Guardians. Luna decides to finally tell them the truth, because she needs them to recall their past lives. With no more crystals to find, it's time for Zoisite to recover the ones he missed out on. He mods the black crystal into a device that turns humans into Yoma, and targets Naru while she's on a date with the inept geek Umino. As Usagi fights the Yoma Zoisite accidentally creates, Naru is captured, and Usagi is left with no choice but to hand over the Guardian's crystal in exchange for her safety. After some fighting, Zoisite escapes with the Guardian's only crystal. Queen Beryl, after reviewing past failures, declares Tuxedo Mask to be their prime target, as he has the remaining crystals and continues to interfere with her plans. She gives Zoisite his final warning to reclaim the last 2 crystals with his life on the line. A fake Sailor Moon emerges in the city, saving citizens from horrible accidents and the like. Mamoru is quick to notice that this Sailor Moon is actually causing these accidents in order to look like a hero. This fake is a trap set by Kunzite, with Zoisite disguised as Sailor Moon. Kunzite doesn't want his lover to suffer another failure, and is aiming to separate Tuxedo Mask from the rest of the Guardians. Zoisite shakes the disguise and fights against Tuxedo Mask, managing to remove his mask. Now the enemy, including Beryl, knows that Tuxedo Mask and Mamoru are one and the same. Beryl specifically recognizes him as the reincarnated Endymion, whom she adores. By suffocating the Guardians in a sealed barrier, Kunzite and Zoisite nearly convince Mamoru to give up his rainbow crystals, but they are interrupted by the sudden emergence of Sailor Venus. Now that all the inner Guardians have awakened, Minako has returned from England to join the fight against the Dark Kingdom. Knowing Tuxedo Mask's true identity, Queen Beryl has a change of plans. She actually forbids Zoisite from killing him. Not fully grasping the situation, though, Zoisite ignores orders.
The whole chase for the crystals was good.
Full ownership of the 7 rainbow crystals. Usagi finds Mamoru en route to Star Tower and follows along.
I point at you.
The crystals are gathered together before the match, but it's a trap. Kunzite appears and claims them all, leaving Zoisite to kill Usagi and Mamoru. In an elevator, both of them transform into Sailor Moon and Tuxedo Mask respectively, revealing to each other their true identities. Not that it really should have taken this long. So yeah, the guy Usagi's been crushing on this entire time happened to be Mamoru, the same guy who kept calling her a bunhead. Mamoru fights Zoisite, but is pierced with a crystal spear. Shocked by his injury, Usagi begins to cry, and her tears gather with the rainbow crystals to
power
form
of
the
tears.
silver crystal. While we already knew, Usagi now discovers that she is the Moon Princess Serenity.
Remember what I told you? I didn't see the beginning, the prologue, so I had no clue whatsoever who was who. You know, I was like, is she the one? Is she the one? And once it was revealed and he was revealed, it's like, oh, like, man, the benefits of not. One of the things, in terms of writing, you may want to consider is not have a prologue that reveals everything. If you're trying to do a mystery, you know what I'm saying? I wouldn't say like it's not being a mystery or anything, but the whole thing is that nobody knew who that Sailor Moon was the princess, and Mamoru, Tuxedo Mask and Mamoru was Endymion, you know, and the whole bits and pieces and the foreshadowing, you know, was cluing in. And it was just a matter of connecting the dots, the discovery. You know, that was what was so fun. You know, and what I was having fun with was the discovery. It's like, oh, is this for real? Is he? You know, are they really these guys? You know, and so on. And eventually, you know, when this happened, it was like, oh, now it's all together. You know, it was a very exciting moment when all of this came together. When all the bits and pieces, the clues that they threw in came together. And it's all thanks to the fact that I didn't see that prologue. If I had seen that prologue, it would have spoiled everything, and I wouldn't even have cared about any of that. I was like real excited because I didn't see that prologue. It gave off too many. It gave away too much.
Flooding back to them. Usagi passes out, and Mamoru is taken back to the Dark Kingdom's base. While he survives, Beryl infuses him with dark energy to make him loyal to her. She's supremely pissed, having just told Zoisite not to try and kill her beloved Endymion. As punishment, she executes Zoisite right in front of Kunzite, ordering her final officer to retrieve the completed silver crystal. Zoisite's wish is to die a beautiful death, and to accommodate this, Kunzite surrounds him with flowers. The Guardians reach Usagi too late, and are caught up in a dimensional rift. There, Usagi wakes up and breaks down, not wanting to accept the truth of her past. She doesn't want to carry on the princess's legacy, even as the other Guardians decide to fight.
Yeah, they cut that scene out. Her in the syndication, they slapped they cut out Ray slapping Sailor Moon.
Fight back, but are harshly defeated. Left to defend herself, Usagi transforms into Sailor Moon, repelling Kunzite with the silver crystal and teleporting everyone out of the dimensional rift. She fights because of the encouragement of her friends and her desire to save Mamoru. To obtain the silver crystal, Beryl demands to learn Sailor Moon's identity, and Kunzite brings forth some of Usagi's hair taken from their previous encounter. This hair is given to Ioma running a new hair salon. Unaware of this, Minako convinces Usagi to visit the salon for a haircut, during which the Ioma notes that her hair matches the sample. Minako is attacked, forcing Usagi to transform and fight back. Usagi is about to heal the Ioma when Tuxedo Mask arrives, corrupted by dark energy and bent on recovering the crystal for Queen Beryl. They fight until the odds swing in the Guardian's favor.
As
forcing
always.
Mamoru to retreat. While tragic, Usagi is glad he's still alive. Now that Mamoru is in charge of the Dark Kingdom's Ioma, he begins kidnapping all the people who once housed the Rainbow Crystals. Even though Usagi's healed them already, Beryl believes that if they're gathered into the Black Crystal, she could combine them into a supreme Ioma. The clairvoyant Ryo Urawa predicts that he'll be attacked next, and calls for Ami to help.
Continuity!
When Mamoru manages to capture Ryo, Ami tricks him, and succeeds in shattering the Black Crystal, freeing the people captured inside. Usagi arrives and hits Mamoru with moon healing escalation, restoring his senses, only for Beryl to seal him in a capsule and corrupt him with more dark energy. The Guardians begin searching for a way to reach the Dark Kingdom, and Ami discovers on her computer an increase in sunspot activity, which Artemis says also happened before the Dark Kingdom's attack on the moon. Basically, they're running out of time, and Beryl almost has enough energy to awaken Metalia. Kunzite plans to find the Sailor Guardians by looking into Sailor V's past. Conveniently, Katarina comes to town and contacts Minako after finding out she's still alive. Even though Minako doesn't want Katarina involved in their fight, Kunzite takes advantage of their reunion to turn her into a Ioma. Thankfully, Katarina is saved by moon healing escalation and is able to reconcile with Minako, putting their love triangle aside to remain friends. Eventually, the Guardians catch a break. Minako and Artemis discover a tunnel beneath the city that the Dark Kingdom uses to travel through. Within the tunnel, they fight Kunzite once more. During the battle, the silver crystal reacts, opening a vortex beneath the Guardians who fall in. Usagi wakes up in the ruins of the Moon Kingdom and speaks with Queen Serenity's spirit. The Guardians are shown the prosperity and downfall of the Silver Millennium.
My son.
After seeing the events transpire in person, the Guardians reappear in the tunnel and are told by Luna and Artemis that, sure enough, the Dark Kingdom is on the other side. With renewed strength, they continue their fight with Kunzite. The inner Guardians form a barrier to protect Usagi, who in turn uses the Silver Crystal and Moonstick to deal a final blow to Kunzite, causing one of his own knives to strike him.
Somehow.
Guys, marking the end of all of
That's a
Indenia's
weird
former
look.
generals. With their path to the Dark Kingdom revealed, the Guardians spend a final moment with their families before gathering at Rei's shrine. They join hands and teleport to the North Pole. Beryl unleashes her best Ioma, who begin to trick the Guardians. Usagi is fooled by the false image of Mamoru calling for help, and when the others try to stop her, they are fooled by their own illusions. The Ioma
Yeah, this one in the syndication. In the syndication, they split this whole episode. They fused the episode together because it was like a two-parter in the Japanese language version, but they because of what really happened to the Sailor Senshi, Deacon Nelvana cut all that out. Like, they cut it all out. Now to explain, in the syndication back in the 90s, when Nelvana and Deke was running the whole thing, they had to do a PSA thing because of the Parent Teachers Council, getting a law passed for the children. Think of the children. And so in the PSA, they showed scenes from this final battle that was not in the show proper, and I was like, wait, what happened to all these scenes? Because because I didn't know about localization. I knew nothing about localization and what localization was really doing to Sailor Moon. The episodes that it was butchering, the episodes that it was dropping, the characters they were changing around, and this one, this particular episode left me in a state of confusion because like, are they dead? Are they alive? Something? They try to play it off that like Yamcha, that they didn't die, But then the PSA at the end of the episode is showing them as ghosts, and I'm like, wait a second, where was this scene at? I didn't see that, and I had to keep keep an eye on how did I miss that scene. It wouldn't be until years later that I found out, especially with the DVD, that they butchered the whole thing. They butchered it, and I was like, oh, that's horrible. That's horrible. That took away something that was very important, in this final fight.
Foolishly, since she can counterattack with lightning of her own. Sadly, while Makoto manages to take out 2 of the Yoma, the attack is so strong that it kills her along with them.
Yep.
Usagi breaks down after seeing her friend
They didn't show any of that.
The remaining guardians stop her and proceed onward. Ami decides to buy the others time by confronting the other Yoma on her own.
Yeah, turn into the Predator.
Makoto, she too is overwhelmed by illusions and struck with energy. She gives her life to kill the illusion Yoma.
Yeah, see, they didn't show them like this, dying.
Pushing Usagi away before being pulled underground and tortured to death. With the last of her energy, she fires off her crescent beam to kill 2 more. Rei is Usagi's last protector, and continues to drag her forward despite their losses. Even so, the Yoma are too strong. Rei fights valiantly, even breaking out of a mountain of ice, but is left sacrificing herself with Fire Soul to torch one of the Yoma by its tentacles. Usagi, who lacked the will to endure even one of her friends dying, has lost them all. Even so,
and here it is. This was in the PSA at the end of that episode.
Her in spirit, granting her determination to keep moving in honor
when they
of their
appeared to her
sacrifice.
spirits.
An impatient and overconfident Beryl transports Usagi into the heart of the Dark Kingdom so that she can reveal Mamoru's corruption. Following Beryl's orders, Mamoru draws his sword on Usagi and manages to maintain his villainy even through moon healing escalation. Beryl claims she's fully purged Mamoru's memories. Usagi, bound by a black rose, is choked and blasted away. When Usagi cannot so much as lift the moonstick, Beryl orders Mamoru to deal a final blow. Usagi relies on her only remaining weapon, her moon tiara, which strikes Mamoru, forcing him to his feet. In a desperate plea, Usagi presents the music box Mamoru had dropped prior. He touches it and is flooded by past memories once more. He remembers the Silver Millennium, but even more importantly, he remembers something he had long forgotten. When he was in the hospital following the death of his parents, Usagi visited and comforted him. This breaks Beryl's control over Mamoru, causing him to fight back with his roses. However, he is struck with a fragment of rock and dies protecting Usagi. While Usagi mourns, Beryl stands before
But we get to see him die. We get to watch him die, but we don't get to see the others.
A new incarnation. She grows tenfold, surging with dark energy. Only one person stands in Metalia's way, the tattered and tortured Sailor Moon. Their final confrontation is so immense that harsh weather swarms all of Japan. Usagi takes the form of Princess Serenity, prepared to unleash the full power of the silver crystal like her mother once had. The crystal protects Usagi from Metalia's dark energy, but it simultaneously consumes her life force. As Usagi reaches her limits, the spirits of her friends join and lend her their strength, gathering enough power for Usagi to fire a blast of energy that completely consumes Metalia, ending the Dark Kingdom once and for all. In fact, this energy engulfs the entire North Pole, and with this energy, Usagi makes a wish to have her old life back, free of her destiny as Sailor Moon.
Meanwhile, the ice caps melt.
Energy is expelled, taking Usagi,
flooding
Ami,
ensues.
Rei, Makoto, Minako, and Mamoru, and reincarnating them once more in an era without Yoma. In essence, they've all reset to how they were at the start of the season, with all of their memories of what transpired gone, both the good and the bad. Once more, they have another chance to live a normal life. Of course, we know it doesn't end here. We've still got plenty more seasons of Sailor Senshi action, so I sincerely hope you look forward to my future entries in this series. It's a tremendous endeavor, but I'd like to think that's why y'all tune in. Be sure to watch and share these videos, and I'll keep making them.
Do you like anime? The answer is yes, and why do you have that on there? So yeah, that's Sailor Moon season 1. I thought he said it was gonna cover 5 seasons. I guess he wants to do it in separate It sounded like he wanted to do them all in one shot, but I thought so. Well, that's what I understood. But anyway, the point is, this was a solid story. At least the anime version. You know, it's pretty crazy. How you say? How reasons? Yes. For reasons, chat. Yes, you're right. But Sailor Moon really was one of the I would safely say trifecta in the 90s that was elevating anime further and further up in North America. You know, breaking it away from being a niche into something big. The other one is Dragon Ball Z, and I would say the third of the trifecta is Pokemon. Because Pokemon started off, but people don't realize that Pokemon started off as syndication before the Kids WB picked it up and put it in Saturday morning cartoons and its lineup, its weekday lineup, and it cannot be understated how important, at the very least, Dragon Ball and Sailor Moon. It was very hard to find anime. Chat, you're absolutely correct. And it was very niche. And Sailor Moon and Dragon Ball Z both cannot be it cannot be understood what these two did just on their own. For Sailor Moon, girls had a superhero to look up to for the first time since She-Ra. She-Ra was in the 80s for 80s girls, but Sailor Moon was for the 90s girls. But the thing is that the difference between the two was that Sailor Moon was a structured story. It was a far more structured story by comparison. I mean, you know, She-Ra had a story, but you know, it was very episodic. It was very episodic in nature. Sailor Moon had a very consistent arc. It had drama. It had death. Something that She-Ra and He-Man and others, others would never dare touch upon. Unless you were on syndication like Exo Squad and Mighty Max, where death was happening at. But when it came to mainstream, they would cut it down. But Sailor Moon and Dragon Ball Z did for boys and girls with regards to anime and the outlook of anime. It sold so many boys and girls on anime that when Pokemon happened, yeah, She-Ra was a distaff counterpart to He-Man, most definitely. She was there just to sell toys to girls. Saying, she was there to sell toys to girls, just like My Little Pony and such. But Sailor Moon didn't have much in the way of toys, merchandising. Like there were dolls, Sailor Moon dolls and such, but it was not at the level of She-Ra or My Little Pony. And yet Sailor Moon, is the one that helps break through. That helps alongside Dragon Ball Z, break anime through, and at the very least raise awareness of anime's existence. So people, were fully aware of anime because of Sailor Moon, Dragon Ball Z specifically. And most importantly, Sailor Moon and was able to sit there and say that that this is something that girls would like. Chat says My Little Pony was more popular because kids learn how to remove the paint and make their own. Yeah. Oh, that's hilarious. But not just only did Sailor Moon, had a heavy girl audience, it also drew in the boys. Because it had the action, told a good story. It was anime. Boys were starting to get into anime when they started seeing Dragon Ball Z. They wanted more anime. There was Sailor Moon, so you get the occasional boy watching Sailor Moon. Likewise with Dragon Ball Z, girls jumped on over to Dragon Ball Z, for to watch the anime and the fighting, and so on. So there was some crossbreeding between the two. There was some cross pollination between the two. But what it basically did say is that that anime was viable. Sailor Moon helped show that you could really tell a very good solid story. Saying that anime can tell a good story, and that's what led to shows like Tekkaman Blade being localized into Techno Man, and many more to come after that. What Pokemon did, and why I say it's the trifecta, was because it was in anime form. Boys and girls who watched Sailor Moon and Dragon Ball Z were also getting into Pokemon. So when the anime came out, they were watching that, along with newcomers to anime. Those who never watched anime or never knew about anime or were dismissive about anime, Pokemon brought that crowd in, along with those who were watching syndications like Sailor Moon, Dragon Ball Z, and trying to find anime wherever they can. Pokemon at that time was like, okay, it's Pokemon, but it's anime. I love anime. I'm gonna watch it, and it was on syndication at the start, before Kids WB scooped it up and made it mainstream. And once Pokemon hit the mainstream, being that it was anime, that's when we started and being that this was Warner Brothers owned Cartoon Network. Keep this in mind. Warner Brothers that did Kids WB also owned Cartoon Network. Cartoon Network got their hands on the anime, and the first animes that the first anime shows they spotted up: Sailor Moon, Dragon Ball Z. Those were like the first group of anime that they spotted up, alongside Pokemon, of course. But Sailor Moon and Dragon Ball Z was imported into Cartoon Network through the Toonami block, and the rest is history. Yeah, it was pretty amazing. It was pretty amazing. So story-wise, season 1 was fantastic. Season 2 started going to your run-of-the-mill creature of the week kind of thing, and started working its way up until Sailor Stars, of course, but it's a Sentai. Sentai is always the creature of the week type of thing. But the first season of Sailor Moon, in and of itself, was very fantastic. If you don't get spoiled, of course. Of course, at this point, everybody already have common knowledge. But back then, considering that Sailor Moon was still fairly new, especially in Japan at that time, I think the series was done. But Sailor Moon, story-wise, was very solid. Saying each of the Sailor Senshi were very unique in their personalities. They had great chemistry interacting with each other. Mamoru and Usagi had great chemistry together in terms of writing, and then from a writing perspective, they had great chemistry. They had good dialogue together, and the discovery was great. The action, they weren't exactly Dragon Ball Z fighting, but they were doing. But they were at least fighting. They were at least fighting. The character designs were great, iconic. The character designs were very iconic. An anime fan will recognize Sailor Moon in a heartbeat. The second they see this silhouette there, this little silhouette of Sailor Moon, the people will recognize that in a heartbeat. An anime fan will be like, "Hey, that's Sailor Moon." The enemies were great. They had their little backstabbings and such. Queen Barrel was definitely a menace, and all the monsters they threw out were definitely dangerous and threatening. The backstory and the history and lore was was very solid, very well executed, and made a lot of sense, contextualizing the overall story. Me personally, I would recommend it. I definitely would recommend it. I would totally recommend Sailor Moon, especially as a starting point. Especially you parents out there. For you parents out there that have daughters and you're looking for like a good series, for your daughters, Sailor Moon is definitely a good start. Especially if they're interested in anime, you know, if they're showing interest in anime and manga, I would definitely recommend Sailor Moon. It's a good starting point. You know, for especially if you're concerned about like violence and other things. You know, I would recommend as your starting point for your daughter Sailor Moon, if she shows interest. Very inspirational character, very fun. You know, good action. It's not heavy-handed, you know, and they'll enjoy it. They'll enjoy that. So yeah, there we go. Sailor Moon research. There we go. Complete. Thank you all. Thank you all. Let's see. Chat room says I can only think of one time when changing the source made it better. Blue Dragon, that anime, and non-anime fans also had Hello Kitty, which is absolutely true. Anime fan. Hello Kitty was a nationwide was a global phenomenon. Still to this day, it's in the top 10 best franchises. You know, one of the top 10 best franchises alongside Pokemon and Harry Potter. You can't beat Hello Kitty. Okay, moving on to the next research is Yu Yu Hakusho. Hello Kitty is huge, yes. So, we're moving on to the next research. Yu Yu Hakusho. As you can see, I have the complete season DVD. This is the only anime to date that I have watched 5 times over. That's how much I love Yu Yu Hakusho. I really enjoyed the series. Yeah, season 4 was a little flimsy, but this has one of the most solid shonen storylines you could ever ask. Like this is the same. This is a template for it, and if I remember correctly, just to note, the creator Higashi of Yu Yu Hakusho, if I remember correctly, he's married to Naoko Takeuchi, the creator of Sailor Moon. They're a power couple. If I remember correctly, let me know down in the comments if I got that right. So that explains a lot why. Yu Yu Hakusho is quite one of the I would say the gold standard for shonen. Like if you want to write a shonen, I would recommend watching Yu Yu Hakusho and reading the manga to really understand how to do the story beats, how to do combat, how to do characters, make characters likable. This is definitely and world building, how to really do world building properly and sticking to your rules. You know, avoiding power creep. It's one of it definitely has a great template if you're looking to write a shonen action story. You know, and I gotta say. This next video, the most relatable shonen protagonist, Yusuke Urameshi from the Simple channel, I'm hoping will lay down, exactly what makes a very good, well-written shonen protagonist. I hope many of you remember this because it's a classic. It's a classic. Chat says, right now my favorite manhwa, Korean manga, is Villainous Princess Wants to Live in a Gingerbread House. I love long titles. Oh, gosh. Oh, man. So, get your notes ready, everybody. It's time to research.
Yusuke Urameshi is one of the most iconic delinquent characters in anime, and one of the most popular protagonists in general. It's not just the fact that he's ready to throw hands with anyone, but it's also his constant trash talking and slick comebacks which makes him so iconic, especially in the English dub. But in addition to that, we also get to see the reasons for his delinquent behavior.
Oh yes, that's the other thing too. The English dub is solid. A rarity.
One of the most common character motivations in battle shonen is the desire for battle, and there's a good reason why. In a genre defined by its fights, it's narratively convenient to have a character that is willing to fight without having to create any deeper reasons to facilitate the action. Usually, it either comes in the form of a humble martial artist looking for a challenge for the sake of bettering himself, or the battle-hardened warrior who's looking to satiate his thirst for battle and would be even content in dying. But this kind of motivation isn't very relatable for the average person, making it very rare to see this type of character getting any more depth than that. But what sets Yusuke Urameshi apart from the rest is he has both that larger-than-life personality,
yes,
but in addition is a down-to-earth and relatable character.
He's
Yusuke
very
is a great
yeah.
character because he takes the shonen power fantasy ideas of power-ups, demon transformations, and battles and grounds it into themes about growing up and adolescence. Yusuke's development and character arc isn't just learning, but also integrating parts of himself that he's been suppressing. And throughout the story, Yusuke goes through the hero's journey in 3 different occasions, each
That's
time
so true.
a different aspect of himself. In this video, we're going to be exploring the depth of Yusuke's character and how he grows into a more complete person throughout the story. Yusuke's introduction seems counterintuitive because it purposely portrays him as unlikable as possible. Sure, he does have his iconic delinquent persona, but there's nothing about it that's admirable, demonstrated by the fact that all of the interactions that he has with the key figures of his life are negative, even the ones who are genuinely trying to help him. From the outside, he's exactly as the narration describes him on the first page, a worthless punk. But as we continue to follow Yusuke, that's when we see the roots of his behavioral issues.
Yeah.
Now there are a lot of contenders for the worst dad in anime award, but Yusuke's dad is such a deadbeat
No,
that
isn't he?
anime adaptation. It's only in the manga does he make an appearance, and we learn that he left Yusuke and his mom when he was just 3. Yusuke's mother, Atsuko, is only 15 years older than her son, and is a heavy drinker and smoker, and she's extremely neglectful of Yusuke, and disappears for long stretches of time, making her money through shady means that are only subtly hinted at in the manga. This broken home explains why Yusuke lacks any discipline or respect, but also why he lacks a role model for how to express himself through his adolescence. As a result, this is why he uses fighting as an outlet to express his frustration and dissatisfaction with his
What an
life.
amazing starting
His
point.
motivation for fighting is so much more human and relatable, especially to the younger audience of the series, as opposed to the other protagonists of this archetype that we talked about earlier, who are more like forces of nature. It's only after Yusuke is characterized as a flawed but relatable character that Togashi redeems him to the audience. The selfish punk persona of Yusuke falls away as he surprisingly does the most selfish act possible,
Selfless.
sacrificing his life for someone else. This seemingly contradicts Yusuke's persona that the story has been developing so far, but that's because it simply is that, a persona. After we've peeked into Yusuke's home life, it becomes very difficult to view him on the surface level as a worthless delinquent like many of his teachers do. Yusuke's sacrifice was so unexpected that the staff of the afterlife hadn't even decided where they're going to send him yet. The story stresses the idea that, while on the surface the persona that Yusuke puts on is cold and violent, in his core, Yusuke is a kind-hearted kid, and this is illustrated beautifully through Yusuke's ordeal. Yusuke's death serves as a crossing of the threshold, which in the hero's journey is the first step into the unknown world. Yusuke becomes a ghost that is unable to interact with the physical world, which strips away his sole coping mechanism of fighting. As a result, Yusuke has to learn to use non-violent ways to solve his problems. The anime adaptation actually—
Alright, let's pause that before we get into the next part here. So, I just want to make note, one of the key facets of why Yusuke is awesome, and pay very attention to other shonen and how they act. Yusuke acts like an a-hole, but his complaints are justified. He doesn't cry and whine. You know, he doesn't break down or anything. He calls people out, expresses anger for the BS that they do, but he moves on. Let me contrast this to Deku and dang it, what's his name from Demon Slayer? Why did I suddenly forgot his name? Oh my gosh, how did I forget his name? Crap. From Demon Slayer. Natsuko's brother. Dang it, He's the main protagonist. Oh my gosh. Did I completely did I get so tired of how he hacks that I completely wiped him out of my head? Oh damn. Oh my gosh. I completely forgotten him. So what I'm trying to say is this. Okay. He doesn't complain. He doesn't he doesn't he calls a spade a spade. He calls out what he sees as BS. Alright. Now you have Deku. Okay, you have Deku, and Deku cries and whines about wanting to be to have a quirk. Like he really pushed All Might, you know, with the crying and whining. Now he gets it, and he becomes pretty much irresponsible for it. How? Because when Bakugo asks how, Deku acts like a snot. He acted like a snot. You know? Deku spends his whole entire time trying to be stronger and stronger and stronger. Like trying to get this move. And that's all great and everything. And he is learning and everything. But the problem is that he doesn't call a spade a spade. He doesn't call out the BS. You know, he continues to make himself look like he's pushed around by the entire class, acting meek all the time. Yusuke don't give a damn. You know, he has kindness, but kindness is earned. Kindness from Yusuke is something that's earned. He doesn't just give it. He doesn't act meek. If he sees you that he's getting BS, he will throw a fist to the face. He'll get in your face and tell you, what the heck are you doing? When he sees someone in need, you know what I'm saying, and he recognizes it, then he will help. And he will show that expression of kindness. You don't get that a lot in shonen anime. Demon Slayer, our main character, he's trying to protect his sister and everything. And when he meets the Hashira, they freaking treat him like crap. They treat him like crap. They're ready to kill Netsuko and beat him up and everything. You know? Despite everything that he went through. And instead of just and his way of stepping up to it, it's just screaming. Just screaming, stop, don't. You know? He doesn't call them out on it, on their behavior. You know what I'm saying? I know it's the whole Kohai Senpai level type of thing, but he was in the proper position to call them out. Sit there and say, I just went through all of this and took out one of the bad guys here, and I've seen what this guy looks like, because, you know. But instead, he lets them walk all over him. You know? I mean, it's great that he was doing extensive training like Deku and getting better and increasing his power level. But when you're showing a protagonist, you know, don't call a spade. You know, don't call out the BS that people do. How are you gonna wanna follow them? The reason why Bleach lasted as long as it did, was because Ichigo, you know, doesn't take BS. He calls out, and he doesn't just get power creep. He calls people out. The reason why Luffy in One Piece, everyone loves Luffy, because he calls people out. I know. I read the manga. I read the Alabasta arc. He just sat down and he told the princess in Alabasta, "Yeah, I'm not doing anything." And everybody's like, "What?" And he's like, "No, I'm not doing anything." Like, why? And he's like, Yeah, think about it. What if we go and do all this that you're planning? What then? You see what I'm saying? When you don't have a shonen protagonist calling out a situation, calling out people's decision, and just act like a carpet and get walked all over, people are not gonna enjoy your shonen protagonist, and that's what makes Yusuke so amazing, such an amazing protagonist. If I were to have a tier list, I would put him at S tier. I would put him in S tier. You know?
Actually cuts out a lot of Yusuke's ghost adventures, which is kind of a shame because this section of the story shows us the good Yusuke is capable of when he's given the opportunity. The purity of Yusuke's soul is shown again through the egg that Koenma gives him as a test. The egg feeds on Yusuke's spirit energy and would hatch either into an atrocious monster or a cute creature, depending on the nature of Yusuke's soul. It turns out to be the latter when it hatches in the Dark Tournament arc. Pooh is a very soft and vulnerable looking creature, reflecting Yusuke's true soul. And while Pooh leaves Yusuke vulnerable to the ridicule of his friends, but this vulnerability is very necessary for Yusuke's journey to become a more emotionally sincere person and accept who he really is at his core, which is what Pooh represents. It's only after Yusuke goes through this ordeal, having to build up virtue by helping spirits and his friends in the human world, and by having a literal death and rebirth, that Yusuke is granted a second shot at life. And this new Yusuke, having now integrated that noble piece of his soul into himself, is now appointed as the new spirit detective. The second journey that Yusuke goes on takes it one step further. While Yusuke now fights for the right reasons, he hasn't made that his sole mission. The thing that Yusuke lacks but needs the most is discipline.
Yes.
Yusuke's principal, Mr. Takanaka, is unappreciated for this reason, because he has been one of the few people who has seen the good within Yusuke from the start and try to put him on the right path. Unfortunately for him, Yusuke's personality isn't suited for conventional education, and there was no way for him to know or understand that Yusuke would find his calling fighting spirits and demons, which is why Genkai is such a great mentor for him.
Yo, she's awesome.
When we talk about the best mentors in anime, a lot of the discussion is centered around the skills that the mentor teaches the heroes. Genkai is no slouch in this aspect, as she increases Yusuke's power massively before the Dark Tournament by teaching him how to control his spirit energy. Spirit energy, or Reiki, is nowhere near as developed and complex as Togashi's later and heavily praised power system of Nen. In fact,
Nen was
Reiki
fantastic.
is almost identical in function to Dragon Ball's Ki, but what makes it so much more impactful narratively is how Reiki is tied with the emotions of the characters. What really makes
Togashi is really good with his
is not
systems.
simply progressing the protagonist in terms of power, but progressing them as a person as well. Genkai's tough and stern training provided Yusuke that discipline that he sorely needed, teaching him to control his spirit, in both the literal and figurative sense of the word. Yusuke crosses the threshold once again, as he enters the Dark Tournament, and it's actually uncanny how much the storyline correlates with the hero's journey. Arriving at the Dark
Yeah, this is a
Tournament
perfect
on
example
Hangout
of
Island, Claire crossing
a
of the
hero's
threshold
journey
into
done
the
right.
unknown world, and the demons that Team Urameshi fight in the early rounds are the trials, enemies, and eventually the allies that define the next stage. The cave scene in the Dark Tournament arc is almost perfectly analogous to the next phase of the hero's journey.
Yep.
Entering the innermost cave, where the hero must face his shadow during the hardest trial that he's faced so far. For Yusuke, this is the dilemma in which he must kill Genkai in order to gain the power to defeat Taguro. This forces Yusuke to dig the deepest within himself and give the most sincere and vulnerable answer that we've seen from him so far. Yusuke ultimately refuses, and Genkai reveals that it was just a test, and taking in her spirit orb was the real trial.
Yeah.
The elixir, as a symbol, is the reward or lesson of the hero's journey. And in this arc, that is Genkai's spirit orb.
And boy, was he in
Genkai's
so much
spirit orb
pain.
represents the lesson of embracing humanity and the emotion that intrinsically comes with it. And Yusuke inherits and integrates this lesson in Genkai's spirit as he faces death and rebirth. This leads to the most recognizable phase in the hero's journey, which is the death of the mentor to the hand of the villain, which sets the stage for the final confrontation. With Yusuke firmly established as our archetypal hero and Genkai as the mentor, then that leaves Taguro as the final important piece of the equation, the villain. After the death of her students, Genkai took the human path and moved forward, and this eventually led to her finding new students. Genkai's philosophy embraces the mortality intrinsic to humanity, so because of that, she decides to pass the torch to Yusuke. Taguro, on the other hand, serves as both the dragon that guards the treasure, being the final opponent in the tournament, but also the embodiment of the shadow, which is the dark aspects of a hero's soul. I've already made an entire video dedicated to dissecting Taguro and his relation to Genkai and Yusuke.
The muscles.
So to keep it short, Toguro shows what Yusuke could have been if he had taken the wrong path. Toguro's decision to reject humanity and turn into a demon is grounded in a metaphor about Yusuke's journey through adolescence and into manhood. We see this with a juxtaposition between his mentor being a tiny old woman and his enemy as this towering, muscle-bound, 80s action hero-inspired character. Toguro is such a walking caricature of masculinity to the point where he literally isn't human anymore and has abandoned his emotions as a result. Toguro is able to push Yusuke to the point where he's finally able to release his full
Chat
power.
says I have this episode on VHS. Awesome.
Embracing his humanity.
I love that when he grabbed his wrist.
And sincerely devoting himself to fighting for his friends. Now I know the power of friendship is one of the most overused and disliked tropes and themes, but Yusuke's character in the Dark Tournament arc shows that it can still be very powerful when executed with as much nuance and maturity as this series does. In his final note after the serialization of Yu Yu Hakusho, the series author, Yoshihiro Togashi, writes that he felt as if he'd fully explored and fleshed out his characters. And we can see this especially with Yusuke's character, who has come an extremely long way from his first appearance. And if his character arc had ended here, I don't think many people would have been unsatisfied. Togashi was unfortunately pressured to keep serializing the manga. And
yeah, that was yeah, that was terrible to hear, you know, that they wanted to keep it going. Chat said the 3 episodes from the beginning of the Spirit Ball to the Death of Genkai. Yeah, Yu Yu Hakusho is big over here when it aired. Nice. Yeah, Yu Yu Hakusho is really big. I hope nobody's underrating this series because it's solid all the way through. And yeah, Togashi, man, the publisher's done him dirty, putting so much pressure on him. You know, he burned out, and that's why we ended up with season 4 the way we did. And I'm sure the manga was no better either. You know, but he really has a great grasp of people. He's got a very good firm grasp of people, the way he creates his characters, and it's very fantastic. Toguro became the symbol of bodybuilding. Chat said everyone gets nicknamed Toguro when he becomes the strongest guy in the gym over here. Yeah. Let me tell you something. So far, the Sipple, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, it's been very spot on, and applying that to the hero's journey, because yeah, this is the hero's journey done right, say for a few caveats, but it's the hero's journey done right. It doesn't come off paint by numbers, it doesn't come off cliche, you know. Let's see, when it comes to power leveling, you know what? I'll have to formulate my thoughts on that one. But yeah, in terms of characterization, and when it comes to friends, Yusuke has great chemistry. If you read the manga, by the end of the Sensui saga, it becomes very badly drawn. Togashi clearly just wanted it to end. Yeah, chat, you're right. It was just terrible. The anime did a good job to keep it up. The animation is good. Yeah, they did the best with season 4. I gotta say, they did the best with season 4, but I can't even imagine how horrifying the manga is in its later end because of what the publishers did. It's very sad.
He stated that he either could have kept repeating the same storylines, or he could have started to deconstruct his characters, which was turned down. But I believe that the character arc that Yusuke goes in the second half of the story actually does serve to deconstruct the previous part, by pitting the lesson that Yusuke learned in the previous arc against his newfound nature.
Right.
And the principal cause for this shift in the story, without a doubt, is Shinobu Sensui. Now, I've devoted an entire video to dissecting the Chapter Black arc and the existential themes about humanity that it presents. And I've done the same for Shinobu Sensui's character and psychology. But this time I really want to focus on how this affects Yusuke's character.
Right.
While Yusuke has learned to embrace his emotions and his relationships, becoming a more sincere and integrated human, he's still not completely satisfied. The lesson that Yusuke learns during the Dark Tournament arc is that he fights for the sake of his friends. But as we see in the beginning of both the Chapter Black and the Three Kings arc, Yusuke still has an aching desire to fight, even though his friends are not in any sort of danger. Now, I believe the lesson of embracing your emotions and connections is a great and extremely relevant message, especially for the young male audience of the series. But by having the main villain being a caricature of masculinity who is a demon, it literally demonizes masculinity, even if Toguro was only intended to represent the unhealthiest kind. So through Sensui's character and the Chapter Black arc, the story starts to question and deconstruct this human path that Yusuke has been taking so far, culminating in the reveal that Yusuke is a yokai himself. I believe this message is even more relevant for the young male audience of today, because the lack of purpose that Yusuke was experiencing at the start of these arcs is getting more and more common in the modern day. The story deconstructs the previous lessons once again. Yusuke at this point in the story has grown a lot and learned that it's okay to reach out to others regarding his emotions. But it turns out that there isn't anyone in the human realm capable of helping him. Yusuke first reached out to his boss and his first mentor, who taught him his signature move, Koenma. But he's fundamentally different from Yusuke, because he isn't a fighter at all. While Yusuke is an undisciplined delinquent, Koenma is a child who's constantly under the thumb of being disciplined by his father. Koenma then refers Yusuke to Genkai, who's admittedly a much better role model for him, but she isn't the perfect role model. Genkai is a fighter like Yusuke, and she's probably the most pivotal person in his development, giving him the discipline that he gravely needed to put him on the right path. But Genkai fails as a role model for Yusuke, the same way that someone with a fast metabolism isn't the greatest role model for someone who's trying to lose weight. Genkai can't really teach Yusuke to deal with a problem that she's never really faced herself. We've seen that Genkai has had a bloody past, but we've never seen her struggle with aggression and violence like Yusuke and Toguro did. Yusuke and Toguro both struggle with this aggression after the death of their friends, but while Toguro chose to be a demon, Yusuke was chosen in a sense by his genetics. We even see that during Yusuke's awakening, Pooh, who is the embodiment of Yusuke's inner self, becomes a monstrous beast as well, mirroring Yusuke's internal change.
But keep in mind that even though it became a monstrous, it's more majestic. It is the phoenix. It took the form of a phoenix, which is a more majestic creature, not so much a demonic and hate-filled monster. It really does personify what Yusuke is within the inside. That sense of passion and burning fire to be able to rise from the situation here. Chat room says the anime did a good job to keep up the animation. I saw that. But even in the anime, the 3 Makai Kingdom saga is very rushed. At the point where you are most invested, it just ends. Setsui Saga is low pioneered Japan's struggle to portray human beings as heroes when the real world occurrences puts morality in question. I see this a lot in current Japanese works. You can see current authors struggling to show a realistic view of humanity while still trying to portray us as not villains. The manga is full of game reference. Yasuke even turns into virtual fighter Akira at some point. That's true. That's very true. But yes, the thing about Yusuke, the key factor with Yusuke is the same situation with Toguro. Where Toguro wanted to peak, and yes, pure perfection, chat, exactly. Tokuro's gain was to have pure perfection, and he achieved it. And he no longer had a purpose in life. I mean, he could have become a millionaire and all that stuff, but the thing is that what he wanted, he got, and he did not know where to go from there. And Yusuke, technically speaking, was also going in the same route, even though he went in a different direction. He went into a different direction. He just had no sense of purpose. His purpose was because Toguro threatened his family and friends. Now the threat is gone. And now that he had achieved the level of power that Toguro has, but without all of the baggage that came with it, namely being a demon, as we can see here, Pooh became a blue phoenix. Yusuke really needed something to focus. He could have kept on being a spirit detective, but if I remember correctly, they had to kick him out. They kicked him out at a point. I think this is also where this is definitely where Togashi, because now that I'm thinking about it as a writer, I could see why Togashi was having a difficult time. He needed because once you beat the perfect fighter and you become the perfect fighter, where do you go as a writer from there? The whole story is resolved. The beginning, middle, and end is resolved, and now I understand where Togashi's burnout is coming from. Chat says Pooh's change into a giant bird was such a remarkable moment. It perfectly showed how Yusuke's power grew. without resorting to cliche power level. Most definitely. Exactly. It didn't just show how much power he gained, it showed how much humanity he has. You know, how much humanity he achieved upon beating Toguro. There really was nowhere to go after the Dark Tournament. Togashi really had no direction. His quote is absolutely right. As a writer, you know, where do you take Yusuke from there? He saved his family. He became the most powerful spirit detective imaginable. And if deconstruction was the only way, then yeah, the dark tapes was the direction to go and start deconstructing the spirit detective part. But that didn't even have to be. Chat says the manga explains it better in that the spiritual world is corrupt and detectives are actually used to punish the Magi into submission without the detectives even knowing. Yeah, the manga always goes into greater detail with the stories. Yeah, the anime, you know, cuts a lot of important, you know, stuff out. But I am very sad for Togashi as a writer, because the Dark Tournament arc definitely was a complete story. There was no direction to go. There was no way to go. And the publishers making him continue on and not letting him go the direction that he felt was the only direction he could go was, that was rough. Chat says, just getting sense we learned the truth about the corruption in the spiritual world and both rejected their orders, but in opposite ways. Most definitely. Yusuke went in a whole different direction. Which again shows Yusuke's humanity. I feel like that's what's missing in so much shonen is the human element of the protagonist. Like, they try, you know what I'm saying? Like Demon Slayer, I can't even remember I can't remember his name. Why can't I remember the main protagonist's name, the main character's name in Demon Slayer? Damn. Why can't I remember it? Crap. Well, Deku, because now I lost my train of thought because I can't remember his blasted name. I know everybody's probably screaming, but then I think that's telling me a lot about Demon Slayer. As a shonen story. I think that's pretty danging. Chat says, I actually like how he went with it. The Makai was always present, but never shown in full extension. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Let's wrap this up here.
What Yusuke really needs is a role model that shares his demon aggression, but who can integrate it in a healthy way. And since the girl was a negative depiction of masculinity, it's essential and only fair to have a positive male role model for Yusuke to follow. And that person is Ryzen. Ryzen is rarely talked about as a mentor to Yusuke, compared to Genkai. And that is most likely because of how little screen time he gets. But I think there's also a bias in people's mind of what a mentor should be. Ryzen is really an even bigger delinquent than Yusuke. And just like father and son, they actually have a lot in common, as they immediately start trash talking and fighting, mere moments after they first met. Being a Mazo, Ryzen shares that same aggression that Yusuke does, but aggression doesn't always equal violence, and Ryzen is actually pretty disciplined with his aggression. Ryzen had decided to stop eating humans when he met Yusuke's ancestral mother. Changing his entire ideology because of one human seems kind of flimsy at first, but this motif of a beastly man being civilized by women is seen in even Disney and goes as far back as the Epic of Gilgamesh. This is relevant in regards to Yusuke, as Keiko has been the main motivator for him to stay in the civilized world, whether it be school or the human realm. Ryzen as a mentor shows Yusuke that even after integrating himself and accepting his nature, it doesn't exclude him from discipline and his human side. So it is in the final battle against Yomi where Yusuke finally fully integrates himself and ties together everything in the story. In the midst of this battle, Yusuke faces a dilemma where he really isn't sure what reason he fights for. We've seen in the Spirit Detective saga that Yusuke fights merely as a coping mechanism, a way to express his anger.
That's
By
true.
the end, he discovers that there's a noble part of himself. Then during the Dark Tournament arc, Yusuke learns to be more vulnerable and human, devoting his fighting exclusively for the sake of his friends. Yet afterwards, Yusuke still has a desire to fight, and discovers his new nature, in which his desire stems from. Yusuke's conclusion is all about him accepting...
Well, you forgot, with Sensui, it was about his, about what it means to be human.
To fight for his friends. And this integration and balance is shown in Yusuke combining his human and demon energies. And although he doesn't end up winning, he's able to set up the Demon World Tournament, which will allow him to fight and get his aggression out, but also return to human world for the sake of what he fights for in the first place, his friends. Yusuke's character is a great example of how to integrate the darker aspects of yourself while still transmuting them into a healthy and productive form. But what do you think about Yusuke's character arc? And what impact has Yu Yu Hakusho had on you? Be sure to leave your thoughts in the comment section below. And also be sure to watch my other Yu Yu Hakusho.
Okay. Let's see, chat says, let's see. Yusuke and Sensui learned the truth about the corruption in the spiritual world and both rejected their orders, but in opposite way. I actually like, so when Sensui's saga ended, we got the extension of the power that Makai can produce and how dangerous yokai can be. So yes, Yusuke had to go the extra mile in protecting the human world. I was really impressed by the power levels in Yu Yu. They went gradually until they became Dragon Ball levels without overusing it. Ryzen is the most underutilized character. The only point I dislike in the story, both in anime and manga, he should be the big final boss. The point I dislike the most about Ryzen is that he was told by the spiritual world that the woman would not reincarnate because she ascended to a higher spiritual level, so she did not need to reincarnate again, but he still stopped eating humans and died from it, thinking that maybe she could return. To me, this was a stupid thing. It was some doubt of possibility. It would be a nice sacrifice, but it is explicitly said she would never return. Yeah, that's dumb. Yeah, that is most definitely dumb. Yeah, and it did lead to a power vacuum between the two lords. Yeah, that is kind of dumb. That's like that's as dumb as Thanos in the comics snapping half of existence just to impress Death, because he was in love with Death. Welcome back. Yu Yu Hakusho is definitely S tier shonen protagonist. A lot of people who want to write shonen should really go through Yu Yu Hakusho and really analyze all the nuances. I mean, like, Togashi captured human, the whole concept of human in Yusuke Urameshi. His starting point in all of this, not so much that he was a delinquent, not so much that his life was crap, that people pushed him around anything. It's that he felt he was given the short end of the stick, and while he had his complaints, he did not let it define him. He did. Togashi wrote one of the most quintessential shonen characters anybody could ever ask for. Yusuke legitimately justified his anger, his frustrations, his delinquency. When he complains, he means it. He doesn't allow himself to get pushed over. Yet he still showed respect to the principal. You know, he may have been dismissive of the principal, but he didn't talk to the principal the way he talked to his teacher, his homeroom teacher. He of course showed kindness to a child, but the thing that gets missed heavily is that as dismissive, how much disdain he showed to his mother, how much he brushes off Keiko, how much he beats up Kuwabara. When it came to the principal, he did not get in his face. He didn't act intimidating. He didn't show any level of disrespect. That was the first. That was the first sign that there was more to his heart than what everybody, says of him and sees of him. And when he goes and rescues that kid, and sacrifices his life, and you listen to the way the principal spoke of him and sat before his picture, Yusuke's mural, he spoke like a disappointed father. He spoke like a dad who saw potential in his son but wished that his son recognized it. That characterized everything of Yusuke. That is difficult to pull off in writing. That is difficult to to make as a starting point and turn your character to this. That is a feat, a fantastic feat to accomplish as a writer when writing a protagonist, not just a shonen protagonist, but all forms of protagonists. Whether it's from Luke Skywalker to Aaron Brockovich, whatever type of main character you write, being able to make your starting point be that of a delinquent, showing how he relates himself to each character and interact with each character differently. That's always been one of the key issues when it comes to when you present your main character. Togashi showed how Yusuke Urameshi treated every single character, and he treated each one differently in a different manner. It's very subtle, but if you pay attention, you will see that. So let's contrast that to Deku. I still can't remember the dang protagonist from Demon Slayer. Why can't I remember his name? Oh my gosh, it's like at the tip of my head. But let's look at Deku. He's a nice kid who gets walked all over by Bakugo and smiles about it. But yet he keeps hanging out with Bakugo, who was a bully to him. He talks about his dreams to his mother, and he ended up with his breaking point when he didn't get his quirk, and he gets left out. When he meets All Might, okay, so the way he interacts is that he allows himself to get pushed over by Bakugo. His mother doesn't exactly. His mother just keeps showing concern for him. She just keeps saying, "Yeah, it's gonna happen." And when it doesn't happen, she smothers him. When he meets All Might, he doesn't treat All Might like a father figure. And All Might doesn't look at him. They're both complete strangers. No, it's true. They're both complete strangers. But the way he treats All Might, the way he interacts with All Might, was that of an obsessive, an obsessive fanboy. Begging. Tanjiro, that's his name. Tanjiro. There we go. It took the keyword begging for me to remember Tanjiro. Demon Slayer, Tanjiro. But the thing is that Deku, Tanjiro, you know, the way that they interact doesn't have variety when we're first introduced to them at their starting point. You know, Tanjiro is happy-go-lucky and nice to his family. He goes down to the village. He's happy-go-lucky and he's nice to everyone in the village. Then when the tragedy strikes, and he meets his first Hashira while trying to protect Netsuko from dying, he cries and whines. And let me tell you something. When I read the manga, that went for pages. I was like, can we move on? Like, every single panel was him whining and crying to not kill Netsuko. And it's like, why don't you get in his face and say no? Deku did the same thing. He cried and whined to All Might. He didn't stand firm in his conviction. He cried and whined. That's why I see Yusuke as the not, I wouldn't say the perfect template, but a solid template to learn how to write a shonen. All you have to do is watch how he interacts with everybody in those first scenes of the anime and the manga. You watch those, watch how he interacts. That's how you should write your protagonist. Luffy, Monkey D. Luffy is another good example. How he interacted with each character at the start, and showed his stubbornness and learned his lesson. Of course. If you watch, just watch how the shonen protagonists interact with the characters that they deal with, and see how if it's different or the same, or if they reduce down to tiers. You know what I'm saying? But if their interactions are samey with the characters, or looks or looks bad for a person to act, like if they're not doing things differently with different characters, you know, in their interactions, we may end up with a very bad protagonist. You know, a very, very bad, poorly written protagonist, and we don't know how long it will take before and we'll never know how long it'll take for the shonen protagonists to get over themselves and grow up. Yusuke Urameshi and his interactions, his early interactions, laid the foundations of what Yusuke will become as a person, as a human, as a grown man. And Togashi pulled it off nicely. And then he was able to translate that perfectly with Gon in Hunter x Hunter. We saw how Gon interacted with his surrogate mother, how he interacted with Killua, how he interacted with everybody. He interacted them in such different ways while still being happy-go-lucky, much like Luffy, happy-go-lucky. But it was not the defining thing. You know, it didn't become their defining thing on how they interact with characters. You know, character interaction is vitally important in shonen, because with shonen you only have one shot at first impressions, because as was noted by the Sipple and many of you who are shonen fans, you know that it's all about the combat. It's all about the combat, the training, the leveling up, and all of that has to be earned. All of it has to be earned. If you don't make your shonen protagonist, I wouldn't say relatable, but understandable. If you don't make your shonen protagonist understandable with the situation that they are put in, according to the rules as a writer, you will lose your audience immediately. They'll just stick around for the fights. They won't care about the characters. And there's nothing more worse for for any shonen story than for people just coming in for the fights and not caring for your characters. There we go. There we go. Let me wrap this up with reading here in the comments. Let's see here. I like this story and even motivation, but not the explanation behind it. After the woman was revealed to never come back, and he was never told about it, it just made it look like a rush explanation. Yu Yu Hakusho and Hakuto no Ken, those two shonen are great works. That's another one I gotta see. Hakuto no Ken. Well, no, I started watching Hakuto no Ken. Just a little bit of the. I'm gonna have to jump back into that. Hakuto no Ken. You are shocked. If you read the delinquent mangas and the real life stories of former delinquent authors, you can see the theme around shared among them, which is true. Delinquents in Japan used to be the most honest people in their youth and hated how corrupt the school system was in Japan, still is. A lot of the themes in delinquent stories come from this real life situation in Japan, where corrupt higher ranking people use their positions as senpai to abuse power and extort from the kohai. The common theme being Japanese society only cares about rank and forfeits good people in favor of corrupt people if the corrupt have higher ranking. Yu Yu Hakusho has a lot of this theme in its stories. Yeah. Well, that pretty much shows. So, yeah. Very good. The Disciple did a very good job, and he seems to have other Yu Yu Hakusho lore videos to it. Again, links down below. The most relatable shonen protagonist, Yusuke Urameshi by Disciple. Great job. Great job. Chat says, this is what happened to Saint Seiya. Great characterization at the beginning, but all lost by the middle to end. So only the battles mattered by the end. Yeah. It's heartbreaking when that happens to shonen, quite honestly. It happens. You know. Gotta, you know. This is why that's why I love about Yu Yu Hakusho, because, you know, it was very subtle. You know what I'm saying? Before I became a writer, I never noticed it when I was watching Yu Yu Hakusho. But now as a writer, I noticed that his interactions in the very, very beginning of the series with each character was so different from one another, you know, that he was already a complete character. He was already a complete character. And, you know, and that's why I found myself watching this series 5 times. This is the only series, the only anime series. I've watched a lot of anime throughout, you know, since Sailor Moon in the 90s, and Yu Yu Hakusho to this day is the only one that I've ever watched 5 times over. I watched that series 5 times. I've never watched any other series more than once. It was very rare that I would go through a series a second time. And Clamp is my inspiration. You know, Clamp is my biggest inspiration. They're the ones that inspired a lot of my writings. You know, they're the ones that inspired a lot of my writings, and yet Yu Yu Hakusho is the one that I watched 5 times over. You know, and that tells me everything I need to know about Yu Yu Hakusho, about Togashi as a writer. The man knows how to write a world. He knows how to write a power system. He knows how to write a protagonist. He knows how to write a human. Okay, let's move on to the last of the research. Everybody, we are at the end. We're covering Gundam lore. Gundam, the most important man in Gundam, the Minovsky Complete Breakdown from Meta Nerd's Lore channel. That's right. we got to find out what the Minovsky particles are. You know what I'm saying? This is a great opportunity for world lore. It was very difficult trying to find a lore video on Gundam, quite honestly. You know, there's so many Gundam shows, and I haven't watched every single Gundam show. But this one about the Minovsky particles, this is a pretty big deal because we always hear that in a Gundam series, whenever they throw, especially in the Universal Century, once they start saying the Minovsky particles are spread all over the place, what exactly is the Minovsky particles? Well, we're going to have to find out. We're going to have to find out and see precisely why it's such an important thing in the Gundam universe as a whole, not just only Universal Century. So get your notes ready for this. We're about to do the research. Let's begin the research. I like to say research. Research is a nice little rollout. So yeah, get your notes in.
What's up, Meta Nerds? In taking the plunge into Gundam lore breakdowns, we'll include more episodes and specific lore points, individual ships, locations, that kind of stuff. Everything you need to really understand and appreciate this great, true sci-fi that simply has one of the best cool factors of all time. But in that effort, I found that I kept going further back and realizing that I need to attempt the perhaps foolish, but nonetheless fascinating lore and real-life inspiration behind the Minovsky particles.
Yes.
So this video will cover Trenov Y. Minovsky's complete life, what the particle is and what it does, and all the real-world stuff worked in along the way. Trenov Y. Minovsky was born in 1983, Universal Century 0015, near Chernobyl, Ukraine. At the age of 3, he witnessed a catastrophic Chernobyl disaster.
There has been a nuclear accident in the Soviet Union and the Soviet
Yeah, it was very tragic.
The Soviet version is this. One of the atomic reactors at the Chernobyl atomic power plant near the city of Kiev was damaged, and there is speculation in Moscow that people were injured and may have died.
Which may prove to be terrible.
Yeah, that was a big thing back in the 80s. Like, it was all over the news.
Could fail terribly through a complex interaction of all too human behaviors. Not a physics problem causing Chernobyl per se, but everything from high-level political corruption to local laziness and accidents. In 1999, UC 31, his family relocated to America, where he began his education and initiated work on what he called Minovsky physics. At the time, his theories were considered highly speculative and unrealistic, with few understanding their potential. Despite this, his friend Ionesco informed him that Anaheim Electronics had agreed to fund his research, a development that thrilled Minovsky but left Ionesco less enthusiastic. This story parallels early work in quantum physics at the start of the 1900s. But let me keep on telling this story and I'll interject the real-world lore in a sec.
Okay.
Their primary focus was the development of a nuclear fusion reactor, and in the 40s, work began on the Minovsky-Ionesco reactor. Though Minovsky's work faced harsh criticism at a scientific conference in UC40, it was concluded that the Minovsky particle had no connection to nuclear fusion reactors, and his thesis was dismissed. Ionesco argued that the particle had only conventional technological applications, and no evidence supported its existence as a unique phenomenon. The reactor, originally designed by Dr. T.Y. Minovsky during his time with the Earth Federation, was considered what's called black box technology. Its principles were poorly understood by the classical physics community, which in the Gundam universe, all of what we consider modern physics, including quantum physics, is at this point all called classical physics. Minovsky had proposed a grand unified theory aimed at bridging Albert Einstein's theory of relativity with quantum mechanics, but his work was dismissed by the mainstream physics community, who saw his hypothetical particle as a revival of the outdated ether concept. He was branded a fraud, and this rejection led to his exile from the scientific community in UC 45.
Wow.
Shortly after, he was approached by the Zabi family and moved to Side 3, where he founded the Minovsky Physics Society. Pause in the story here to point out the parallels to quantum and nuclear physics and Einstein in World War II. Specifically, as, spoiler alert, this tech is what powers all the sci-fi weapons of war in the Gundam universe. And I think this real-world physics history shows this idea that a whole new set of physics that we are unaware of, that can rapidly change so much tech, is actually very plausible and not just simple space magic. Obviously, the greatest tech jump in all human history is in the 1900s. In the very first year of that century, in the year 1900, Max Planck proposed that energy is not continuous but quantized, meaning it is emitted or absorbed in discrete units, later called quanta. He introduced this famous equation, where E is energy, H is Planck's constant, and V is the frequency of radiation, and this marked the birth of quantum theory. In 1905, we get Einstein's theory of relativity. The famous equation revealed that mass and energy are interchangeable. This provided the theoretical basis for understanding how an atom's nucleus could release enormous amounts of energy if split or fused. Remember, Minovsky was working on fusion power. Einstein's equation showed that even a tiny amount of mass could be converted into a tremendous amount of energy, as we've seen in the real world with nuclear fission.
Those neutrons bombard other uranium atoms, causing them to split and split still others. The result? A chain reaction. Over 1 million billion atoms exploding within 2 seconds.
In 1916, Einstein introduced general relativity, which describes space and time as a flexible fabric, space-time, which is warped by mass and energy. Some critics argued that this sounded like a modern revival of the ether.
Isn't the fabric just the
Space-time
ether?
seemed to behave like a medium, influencing physical phenomena. In 1920, Einstein himself stated, quote, "We may say that space is endowed with physical qualities. In this sense, therefore, there exists an ether." But he clarified that this ether was not the same as the mechanical, substance-like ether of pre-relativity physics. And it's that same knee-jerk reaction from the scientist in Minovsky's life that had him dismissed for proposing a new ether theory. But that part we saw where Minovsky was horrified by how his breakthroughs could be used for war seems inspired by Einstein's relation to the atomic bomb. Timeline goes something
That's
like
interesting.
This. 1939,
I wonder if that was
physicist
an
Leo
inspiration
Szilard
from
and Eugene
Tomino.
Wigner approached Einstein, seeking his help to alert the U.S.
I mean,
government about the potential for Nazi
Tomino.
Germany developing nuclear weapons. Together, Szilard and Einstein wrote a letter to President Franklin D. Roosevelt, warning that uranium could be used to create a powerful new weapon and urging the U.S. to fund research into nuclear fission. This letter, known as the Einstein-Szilard letter, is often credited with sparking U.S. interest in nuclear weapons research and leading to the establishment of the Manhattan Project in 1942. And to tie this to the Japanese writers creating Gundam only a generation after the war, it is said that after the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki in 1945, Einstein expressed deep regret about his indirect role in the bomb's creation. He famously said, quote, "Had I known that the Germans would not succeed in developing an atomic bomb, I would have done nothing." So Gundam is playing with the idea of great scientists being pulled from opposing governments, and their work so quickly being rushed into an arms race that they wanted no part of. Picking up the Gundam narrative on Side 3 with increasing support from the Zabi family and leaders of the future Principality of Xi'an movement. The Minovsky Ionesco reactor was groundbreaking as it was the first clean nuclear reactor, producing zero neutron radiation. The reaction it relied on was helium-3 plus hydrogen-1 react to form helium-4 and a proton, releasing 18.35 mega-electron volts of electricity.
Wow.
And so key to that process is helium-3, a rare isotope of helium with 2 protons and 1 neutron fused with deuterium, or heavy hydrogen, to create stable helium-4 in a single proton. The positively charged proton could easily be contained using magnetic fields, eliminating neutron radiation. But the major challenge was the scarcity of helium-3. On Earth, it is only found in small amounts, primarily in depleted uranium mines. The solution to this problem was the development of the Jupiter Energy Fleet. These fleets were tasked with traveling to Jupiter, which would harvest the rich supply of helium-3 in its atmosphere, and transport it all the way back to Earth to fuel the reactors. In real-world physics, helium-3 deuterium fusion would still produce some neutrons due to deuterium-deuterium side reactions, and helium-3 has been discovered on the Moon, but of course its abundance on Jupiter far surpasses any lunar deposits, making Jupiter more significant, and it's also just easier to collect. The Minovsky Physics Society encountered a mysterious electromagnetic wave effect in UC-65 while working on the Minovsky Ionesco reactor. After further investigation, they identified the cause: a new elementary particle generated by the helium-3 reaction on the reactor's inner wall. This particle, named the Minovsky particle, or M particle, possesses near-zero rest mass, with its mass increasing based on its potential or kinetic energy. It can carry—
Wow, this is a lot, I gotta say. Wow. So so it was in UC-65 that the particle became discovered. This is a lot. Did Yoshiyuki Tomino thought about all of this, or is this something that Bandai's lore meisters decided to conjure up later down the line? Because this is some deep stuff here. You know? Although it seems more like he's spending time, you know, comparing it to real world stuff. He barely has yet to touch on how fictional wise the Minovsky particle. Well, I mean, he's explaining it, but it seems like he's. I mean, I know he's trying to make the comparison. But it's like he's switching out between the real world events with the fictional events. I feel like I'm getting thrown off here. I feel like I'm getting thrown off here. Because I get where he's trying to get at, but I'm not really that interested in human history, real history. I was really looking for the lore. Like, how did he end up with this? Like, what did the Zabi family say to him to convince him to go with them to Side 3 and make the Minovsky particle for them? You know, I need a little bit more than this.
Either a positive or negative electrical charge, and when dispersed in open air or space, the charged Minovsky particles naturally align into a cubic lattice structure called an I field due to their mutual repulsion. The Minovsky particle has significant implications for combat and communications. When scattered in large quantities, the particles disrupt low-frequency electromagnetic radiation, including microwaves and radio waves, and interfere with unshielded electronic circuits due to their high electrical charge. This effect, known as the Minovsky effect, renders radar systems, long-range wireless communication, and precision electronics nearly useless. It also scrambles infrared signals and creates a fog effect with visible light, and interferes with electromagnetic radiation by causing a lattice that blocks or diffracts waves. This disruption is what led to such a rise in close-range combat, as it often made guided weapons like missiles impractical. While bulky shielding could counteract the M-particle's effects on electric systems, such solutions were only practical for large ships and not for smaller precision weaponry. This ushered in a new era of warfare dominated by close combat weapons and mobile suits, such as those that were later developed by Xeon. In UC-71, Xeon researchers developed the Minovsky Ultra-Compact Fusion Reactor, the evolution of that Minovsky Ionesco reactor. Instead of relying on traditional magnetic fields, this advanced design uses an I field to confine and compress reactor fuel, catalyzing the helium-3 fusion reaction. The reactor recycled Minovsky particles produced during fusion to sustain the reaction itself, functioning similarly to a muon catalyzed fusion, which is studied in real-world physics. This design was 5 times smaller than a conventional MI reactor, making it compact enough to power mobile suits directly without external components. The ultra-compact reactor became the standard for mobile suits, providing an efficient, self-sustained power source. Minovsky further innovated with the fluid pulse system, which utilized Minovsky particles to enable precision altitude control, as well as power the suit's avionics, life support, and mechanical systems. This breakthrough provided mobile suits with functionally unlimited electricity to operate their joints, actuators, and onboard systems, making them highly maneuverable and versatile in combat. And then we see the development of the crucial ECAP, the energy capacitors. A mega particle cannon, like those mounted on space warships, requires a substantial power source, a continuous supply of Minovsky particles, and a large enough condenser to compress those particles into mega particles before firing. Due to these requirements, it initially seemed impossible to equip mobile suits with such weapons. But then we get
crazy.
The ECAP, which allowed for compact beam weaponry with significantly lower power and energy demands. It works by storing Minovsky particles in highly compressed, high-energy states, just below the threshold for fusing into megaparticles. When the weapon is fired, the mobile suit's generator, despite being far less powerful than a warship's, provides just enough energy to complete that process and creates megaparticles needed for the beam. The only catch is the mobile suits cannot recharge the ECAP themselves. Once the capacitor is depleted, the beam weapons become non-functional.
And that's when they drop the gun and start fighting.
Or discarded entirely after their energy was drained. And the last tech I want to touch on is the Minovsky craft system. This takes us outside Trenov's life, but I just feel like it'll help us understand what we're seeing on screen in so many battles and different eras. The eye field, composed of charged particles, cannot penetrate conductive materials like metal, water, or the Earth's surface, and can be easily trapped with electromagnetic fields. At low altitudes, this property enables the creation of an eye field cushion between the underside of the vessel and the ground, creating a sort of buoyancy that counters gravity, a bed of particles, if you will. This
So it's
principle
like
was
water.
realized by the development of the Minovsky craft system, which allowed spaceships and heavy ground vehicles to hover or sort of fly on Earth. During the 1-year war, the Principality of Zeon was slow to adapt this technology. Only the Max 03 Adzam and 3 prototype Apsilus mobile armors were equipped with the Minovsky craft systems. While in contrast, the Earth Federation quickly implemented this system on the Pegasus-class assault carriers like Whitebase, enabling these ships to fly within Earth's atmosphere and transition between space and the planet's surface. This system remained too large to be miniaturized for mobile suits until after UC-100.
Gundam.
The first mobile suits equipped with such a device were the RF-104FF Penelope, introduced in Hathaway's Flash. The Penelope combined the RX-04 Odysseus Gundam with its fixed flight support unit. Another suit in the same series, the RX-105 G Gundam, also featured an MCS, but with the flight mechanism fully integrated into its structure. The Minovsky craft system eventually evolved into the Minovsky Drive, a more advanced propulsion system, and the first operational MD was installed on the Mother Vanguard, a ship of the Crossbone Vanguard fleet, where it was nicknamed the Sail of Light. This innovation allowed the ship to travel between Earth and Jupiter in just a few weeks, a journey that typically took months. After the Mother Vanguard's destruction, the SNRI, Strategic Naval Research Institute, were able to improve the drive, creating a smaller version that was installed on the F-99 Record Breaker mobile suits, which utilized the Wings of Light for propulsion. Unfortunately, all Record Breaker units, their parts, and related data were lost.
Wow. So basically, from what I'm getting here is that because the Zabi family and the Zeon Principality had Minovsky, they had the edge over the Earth Federation. And so they were able to mass produce, mass manufacture everything, and took advantage of the whole thing when they decided to take on the Earth Federation. And so the Earth Federation had, since they didn't have any of the Minovsky particles, any of Minovsky tech, they were completely caught off guard. Hence why the mobile suits were all capable of fighting, and so that's what led to the birth of Whitebase and the first Gundams, because they were able to speed run Minovsky's Minovsky's notes, and were able to harness the Minovsky particles and set it all up. Yeah, this is actually pretty good. This is actually pretty good rules here. How the Minovsky particles are utilized, their limitations and everything. It's got a good balance. It has a good balance and makes a lot of sense, especially in application with technology and mobility. This is pretty good.
Meanwhile, Anaheim Electronics salvaged the Minovsky drive from the wreckage of the Mother Vanguard.
There we go.
And developed their own mobile suit featuring a Wings of Light system, later named Icarus by SNRI, after it survived atmospheric re-entry by using the wings as a shield. During the Zanskar War of the UC-150s, the Zanskar Empire deployed mobile suits on Earth equipped with beam rotors, devices that doubled as shields and rotary saws, and which enabled long-range atmospheric flight. At the time, the Ligue Militaire introduced high-performance models like the V-Gundam and V2 Gundam, which featured an improved version of the Minovsky craft system, the Minovsky flight system, which takes it all the way from a sort of particle brake or cushion projecting system, almost like a deceleration thruster you would use before impact, and now it's been so refined that it works for atmospheric flight in mobile suits. But back to the life of Trenov. Despite aligning with Side 3, Minovsky became disillusioned with the Zabi family's militaristic regime.
Okay.
In UC-70, Zeon researchers utilized Minovsky particles to disrupt electromagnetic waves, and developed a functional megaparticle cannon. In 71 is when we got those ultra-compact thermonuclear reactors based on Minovsky designs, which became the power source for the Principality's mobile suits. Although Minovsky received an award for his contributions, he publicly rejected it, tossing it aside in front of the entire Zabi family.
Wow.
A bold, disrespectful, and clear gesture of his discontent with the direction that they were taking his work. And in UC-72, he defected to the Earth Federation, where his expertise allowed the Federation forces to narrow the technological gap.
He gave them the tech.
He would return back to Earth, going back to his hometown near Chernobyl. while he would also spend time at Side 6 and offer his research and theories to the
Oh,
Federation,
Side
hoping
6.
to balance the military power between the two factions. He later focused on the development of beam weaponry and contributed to the creation of the ECAP, that key technology for mobile suit beam weapons. Despite his efforts to prevent war by enabling a balance of power, his hopes were dashed when the one-year war broke out in UC-79. Some rumors suggest that Minovsky returned to studying the Grand Unified Theory later in life, attempting to unify photons and Minovsky particles. But there is no concrete evidence to confirm this claim, and other reports say that after the one-year war ended in UC-80, he was reportedly surrounded by mobile suits piloted by Xeon remnants, and may have been killed by the very technology he helped create.
Wow.
From a hope to deliver near-endless, cheap, and clean energy via fusion reactions, and just a pure love of understanding nature, he would go to his death knowing that his breakthroughs had, for the foreseeable future, only made mankind more capable in killing each other. But to go back to the point of him trying to work on the Grand Unified Theory to figure out the interaction between photons and Minovsky particles, with one of the traits of Minovsky particles being that they have near zero mass, being so pliable, like a base particle able to take on positive or negative charges, it reminds me of the search for the Higgs boson, the so-called God particle. I'm old enough to remember when this was still a theory. It was first proposed in 1964 by Peter Higgs and wasn't discovered until July 4th, 2012.
Wasn't that called the God particle?
The Large Hadron Collider.
I would like to add my congratulations to everybody involved in this tremendous achievement. For me, it's really an incredible thing that it's happened in my lifetime. It's taken...
It is the final piece of the Standard Model of Particle Physics, a framework that describes the behavior of all known particles and forces except gravity. It is a quantum field throughout the entire universe through which everything else interacts. This field is crucial because it gives mass to elementary particles. Without it, particles like electrons and quarks would remain massless, preventing the formation of atoms, molecules, and ultimately the structure of the universe as we know it. The Higgs field is believed to have switched on just a fraction of a second after the Big Bang. To be precise, 10 to the negative 12 seconds, or 1/trillionth of a second, after the universe began. This moment is known as the electroweak symmetry breaking phase. During the very early universe, the Higgs field was in a high energy state where all particles were massless, and the electromagnetic and weak nuclear forces were unified as a single force called the electroweak force. As the universe cooled and expanded, the Higgs field transitioned into its low energy state, becoming active. This transition broke the symmetry of the electroweak force, separating it into the distinct electromagnetic and weak nuclear forces we observe today. Simultaneously, particles interacting with the Higgs field gained mass, shaping the universe's structure. As you can imagine, there were several rival theories in those decades before the God particle was proven, and currently zero-point energy is in the same space. It's technically more than just theoretical. By definition, fields that can enable other particles to gain mass, the fields themselves have energy. So the idea of 0 point is that in any point in space-time, even if there are no particles, no mass, or heat of any kind, there is still energy at that point because the field goes through every point throughout all of existence. It follows from everything else we know in quantum physics, and there was even a well-documented experiment where two closely spaced metal plates in a vacuum experience an attractive force due to differences in 0 point energy between the space inside and outside the plates, dubbed the Casimir effect. Why it is often framed as theoretical is more for the fact that we currently have no way to harness it or turn it into a usable energy source. Theoretical calculations suggest that the energy density is immense, but extracting or converting it into work violates current understandings of thermodynamics. Even if 0 point energy could be tapped, it would likely require entirely new physics and technological breakthroughs far beyond what we could currently imagine. And in that way, it sounds very much like the Minovsky particles. And the jump we can see if something like that was achieved could be as dramatic as what we see in the Gundam universe, if not more insane, honestly. So I hope you see why I don't think Minovsky particles are just hand-wavy space magic for plot. I think like most things in Gundam, they're actually not that far off. Even the more heavily ridiculed psycho frames I actually think are way more defensible than people think. In both, we just have people ironically hand-wavy, smug, and cynical saying, nah, it could never happen, because it goes against all our intuitions about the world. And I just think you could definitely say that for quantum physics too. And yet we use it every day in real-world tech in the very device you're listening to me on right now. If you made it this far, please hit that like button. Subscribe.
Okay. Mm. I get where he was going with this. I wish he would have premised it a little bit better. You know, it was one half science science school and one half Gundam lore breakdown, and it felt leaned too heavily on the science schooling part than the lore breakdown. Because I would have liked to have learned more about how Minovsky teamed up with Zabi. Like, did they offer money? Did they offer something? How the applications of tech was great, but I would have liked to have known who funded it. You know, how was the funding? You know, who did the logistics? Was it the people who did the logistics? You know, what companies worked on it? You know, they said that he went to Side 6. What happened in Side 6? You know, it was not what I had expected, quite honestly. You know, I really wanted a little bit more. You know, I wanted a little bit more out of in this research, and you know, it's great to see, you know, where he was trying to get at by saying that science fiction can lead to you know, real world development. We've seen this many times. You know, when certain technology, like for example the hoverboard, you know, saying in Back to the Future Part 2, people trying to do the hoverboard. There we go. You know, some things actually came to truth, and you know, came to light and actually happened in science fiction, from like computers to you know, the modern day smartphones and so on. You know, the concepts of virtual reality and everything, you know, that was depicted in many science fictions, and even now robots from Isaac Asimov. Now we're seeing, you know, people working on robotic technology, and you know, just the other day I watched 2 robots boxing in a boxing ring. You know, they made actual, you know, large size robots with boxing gloves boxing each other. You know, but I really would have liked it if he would have stayed more closer to the fiction side than real world science. You know, or at least had preface that science, you know, that science fiction can, you know, that there's truth in science, you know, that how they say that, truth is stranger than fiction. You know, if he would have prefaced that at his start, I wouldn't have felt so bored, unfortunately, because I was just not interested in the scientific history of nuclear fission and all that stuff. You know, the atomic bombs and all that. You know, I get what he was trying to go with, but he should have prefaced it that. You know, how the applications and how it was used in technology was pretty good. You know, saying and how it makes logical sense. Keep in mind that it's made logical sense. You know, saying that the Minovsky particles can form lasers, but has a limited amount of energy, and and of course they would get discarded and replaced with a laser sword or a laser axe, something that can fight with. You know, and now what caught my attention was Side 6, because I'm as of this recording, I'm currently researching Gundam G-Quacks, and big things are happening in Side 6. That's all I could say. Big things are happening at Side 6. It caught my, you know, and this and the fact that Minovsky was at Side 6, that really caught my attention in terms of lore. The history of where he came from, where Minovsky started from, and going through, you know, being ridiculed and everything, only for his successes end up becoming perverted by the zombie family in Zeon, and then he runs off to Earth to be able to, get give Earth the technology, the Minovsky technology, his technology, so that way they could catch up. That's a pretty yeah. I mean, it's. Man, I wish he would have just leaned in on the fiction side and not spend so much time talking about the real world science. I just have to say, I'm disappointed with the video. I wanted so much more. I mean, like he talked about the particle field and how it disrupts everything, and explain how how the eye field gets warped and everything, and that's all cool, But I wasn't really interested in learning science class. Overall, in terms of what he showed regarding the narrative and the world build, it's pretty good. It's very grounded, very well structured, and the rules have been very consistent. Even now with Gundam G-Quox being set in Universal Century, it's an alternate Universal Century, but all the rules still hold. With the Minovsky particles, it's still disruptive. The whole field jams everything, makes things very difficult to fight and act on, and dang, I would have liked to have known how they put Zeon put that to full use, like some examples of where of battles where they put that to full use. I would have liked to have learned about that, get an idea of how it was put to application, saying some samples. I wouldn't say this was a bad video, saying. But I would have liked to have had more, to help with the research. I mean, it's great knowing all the specs and everything, but I really would have liked to have had, the writing part. Yeah, I just I just don't have much to point out in terms of the writing, because it, like I said, it's consistent, it's good, it's solid, it's grounded, it all makes sense within its context and application within the vehicles and such. And if this is if the real world is trying to harness that and we're getting close to it, who knows? We may end up we may end up in Jupiter in no time. We may end up colonizing Mars before we know it. Yeah. So, yeah, that was The Most Important Man in Gundam, Minovsky Complete Breakdown by Meta Nerds Lore. It's an okay video. It's an okay video if you really want the deep science, but it doesn't have. But the lore explanation is a little needs a little bit more. A little bit more. All right, everybody, that's it for the research. We are done. We are completed. Let's see. There we go. Let's switch back over there. Man, I hope y'all had a great time. I hope y'all enjoyed this whole thing. Big thanks to Naya Day. Big thanks to Naya Day for hanging out on the Twitch side. That guy from somewhere, thanks for hanging out on the Twitch side. Isildur, thank you for the compliment. Let's see. Avocado, the racist girl. Thanks for hanging out. Everybody watching watching the YouTube VOD, thank you very much. Anybody who subscribed or followed, thank you very much. Anybody watching the VOD on the Twitch side, thank you very much. Anybody who is watching this as lurkers, work lurkers, thank you all very much. Yep. Research night is over. I hope you all had fun. Until the next YouTube research night. Thank you all for joining me. Oh, hold on a second here. Okay, I did read all this. Okay. Okay. Alright. So, thank you all for joining me. Until the next research, I wish you all a good night. Hay buenas noches and oyasumi nasai.